Chapter 1148. Chairman Gould and the two legendary lords looked at the god of war and felt a sense of suffocation. 10,000 years of education made them instinctively revere the god of war. If they didn't hold on, they would have prostrated themselves on the ground. On the other hand, the 12 legendary knight clones weren't affected at all. They maintained the knight protection circle. Strip. The god of war waved his hand, and a golden pattern appeared. Chairman Gould and the two legendary lords felt their bodies go soft. Their legendary strength couldn't resist the god of war's holy words. This was the god of war using the world's rules and his control over the knight profession to issue a holy word. It could make all knights lose their ability to fight. This was the same effect as the artifact Knight's Restriction Card. The artifact Knight's Restriction Card was made using the principle of this holy word. The knight profession was created by the five gods. They had a deep understanding of the knight profession and also grasped the knight profession's weakness. David frowned. His 12 legendary knight clones also lost control of the bloodline power in their bodies. God of war, you have the strength of a demigod after God's descent. I'm also a demigod. Let's fight. David didn't want the god of war to continue targeting the legendary knight clones and Chairman Gould, so he took the initiative to challenge the god of war. The god of war was stunned. In countless gods' descent, he had never met an opponent like David. From David's eyes, the god of war didn't find a trace of fear towards the gods. This was extremely rare in the great world of God. The god of war was the most supreme existence in the hearts of the people in the great world of God. Although the nobles had conflicts with the shrines of war, they would never disobey the god of war. The gods controlled everything in the great world of God. Chairman Gould and the two legendary lords who were lying on the ground were extremely shocked. Perhaps the word shocked wasn't enough to describe it. Lord Arthur was actually challenging the god of war. Interesting. If I didn't agree to the deal, I would want to keep you here. The god of war laughed. The god of war didn't feel offended. Although David was a demigod, he was still an ant-like existence in the eyes of the god of war. The god of war looked at David as if he was watching a show. No matter how David jumped, it was still a struggle. The god of war was surprised by David's courage. This gave the god of war a sense of novelty. I didn't think that the god of war would want to trade me with the Zerg for benefits. David said calmly, "You have stuffs of war." The god of war didn't hide his trade with the Zergs. Perhaps in his eyes, everyone here was going to die. Chairman Gould felt like his faith had collapsed. Although he didn't believe in the god of war, the five gods had always been on the same level in the great world of God. After hearing the god of war admit that he wanted to capture Lord Arthur because of his trade with the Zergs, Chairman Gould had doubts about the gods for the first time. This was the first time the god of war had seen Lord Arthur. He had never interacted with Lord Arthur before. Lord Arthur, on the other hand, had made great contributions to the great world of God and the shrines in many wars. Especially in the war with the Zergs, he had made irreplaceable achievements and received the 5 shrines merits. However, Overlord Arthur was fighting for the Temple of Light against the Zergs while he was being used as a bargaining chip by the god of war to trade with the Zergs. The god of war's actions made Chairman Gould feel bitterly disappointed. At the same time, Chairman Gould also thought of the knights who had fallen in the war with the Zergs. He couldn't help but feel that it wasn't worth it for them. "Get ready to fight," David said in a deep voice. He had completely let go of everything at this moment. On his body, the Divine Knight armor completely covered his body. In his hand, the Divine Knight sword was unsheathed. The fatal strike had been used. David didn't need to leave the Divine Knight sword in the scabbard. Not only that, the back of the Divine Knight armor split into 2 slits. A pair of energy feather wings stretched out. 6 divine death chains stretched out beside the energy feather wings. At this moment, David didn't pretend anymore. He used all of his strength and didn't hold back anymore. He was full of pride because he had the ability to fail. The worst-case scenario was that he had to leave the great world of God. Since the god of war had forced him to this step, he decided to completely become enemies with the shrines of war from now on. The first step was to defeat the god of war's descent and end the god of war's invincible legend. This set of divine artifacts was made by me. You use this set of divine artifacts against me. Let's see if they can hurt me. Then let's fight." When the god of war said that, the white bloodline power on his body suddenly changed from white to gold. The god of war pointed at David with a golden battle axe in his hand and said, "I believe that the person in front of me is guilty." As a god recognized by the rules of the great world of God and one of the 5 rulers of this world, the god of war had a lot of power. The god of war didn't underestimate David. When he saw David's luxurious divine artifacts that surprised him, he decided to take down David with all his might. The war god had quite a few divine weapons, but the divine knight armor and divine knight battle sword that he had created back then were all decent divine weapons. In addition to the death god's main weapon, the death god's chain, David's outfit was simply too extravagant. The god of war couldn't understand the pair of energy feather wings on David's back. The energy feather wings seemed to have grown out of David's body, but the god of war had never seen a human with wings. There was only one explanation. The wings were also divine artifacts. So before the battle, the god of war used the rules of the world to judge David's evil. Once the rules of the world determined that David was evil, not only would the rules of the world suppress David, but it would also make the god of war's attack much more effective on David. Under the guidance of the god of war, the rules of the great world of God surrounded David. As long as David was judged guilty, it would be difficult for David to move around freely in the great world of God. He would be like those evil God believers and become an alien in the great world of God. He would be hunted down by the shrines. Even the Supreme Council couldn't stand on David's side. The laws of the great world of God had a clear way to deal with evil existences. When the rules of the world reached David's body, they were blocked. In the small world of David's soul space, the world tree shook its branches gently. When the rules of the main world came into contact with David's body, they dissipated. Perhaps the world tree in the small world of the soul space couldn't affect the rules of the great world of God, but it was enough to protect David from being affected. The god of war was about to attack, but he stopped and looked at David with a puzzled gaze. The judgment failed. This was something that shouldn't have happened, but it happened in front of the god of war. The god of war had a thought. Was it one of the other 4 gods who went against him and helped David? Otherwise, the god of war couldn't imagine how David passed the judgment of the world rules. The god of war was recognized by the world rules. The person that he deemed guilty was also the person that the world rules deemed guilty. Kill. David didn't wait for the god of war to react. He stepped forward and swung the divine knight sword. The god of war also swung the golden battle axe. The 2 divine weapons collided halfway and made a crisp sound. David and the god of war were both shocked. The god of war saw that his attack was blocked by David. It was also the first time that David encountered a situation where his sword talent couldn't hit his opponent. Very good. Fight, fight, fight. The god of war laughed loudly. He also had the desire to fight. For a long time, the god of war couldn't find a suitable opponent because there were very few masters above the demigod level who used battle skills. Gods who became gods through faith weren't good at close combat. They mostly used special talents or divine spells in battle. The god of war was a special existence among the gods through faith. He preferred close combat. This could be seen from his name and his divine weapon, the golden battle axe. Rays of golden light slashed towards David. David used the divine knight sword in his hand to block them. David blocked and retreated at the same time to weaken the god of war's terrifying attack. This was the first time he met an opponent with such powerful battle skills. The opponents he met before were weaker than him in terms of battle skills. With the help of the shadow servants, David obtained a large number of knowledge orbs. Through these combat knowledge orbs, he didn't need to practice. In just a few breaths of time, he was able to grasp combat abilities that would have taken years, decades, or even centuries to master. But today, he met the god of war, a powerful being who had lived for tens of thousands of years. He was a god who was good at close combat. David was suppressed by the god of war's attack. If it wasn't for the energy wings and the threat of the death chain, he would have been defeated by the god of war. Of course, This defeat was only because David didn't use the law of speed or the law of strength. He didn't have any of his strongest attacks. David was only relying on his swordsmanship, talent, ability, and the countless combat experiences he gained from a knowledge ball to block the attacks of the god of war. The god of war was very familiar with his old opponent, the god of death. Naturally, he was also very familiar with the death chain. He knew the power of the death chain and how to use it. If the god of war's original body was here, he wouldn't even need to care about the divine weapon, death god's chain. However, it was just a strand of divine will. The god of war didn't dare to be entangled by the divine weapon, death god's chain. Once trapped, this strand of divine will would lose its ability to fight. As David retreated, he opened his mouth and let out a high-frequency howl. This was a high-frequency howl that was targeted at a single target. As soon as the high-frequency howl was released, a golden pattern appeared on the god of war's body and blocked the high-frequency howl. The god of war shook his head. He seemed to be dissatisfied that David didn't use any close combat abilities and instead used such a cheap way of fighting. In the great world of God, attacks like the high-frequency howl would hardly have any effect on him. This was the benefit of being recognized by the law of the world. All defensive abilities would be strengthened. The high-frequency howl's power reached the legendary level, but it could only be blocked by the god of war's defensive pattern. David changed his ability again. He activated the lightning domain. His body was completely surrounded by lightning. Where the god of war stood, several bolts of lightning struck him. This attack is useless against me. The god of war ignored the lightning and let the lightning strike his defensive pattern. The lightning couldn't even penetrate the pattern, let alone hurt the god of war. What David didn't know was that although the god of war with the golden battle axe was a divine will, he was supported by the power of faith from various shrines. As long as David's attack didn't reach the level of breaking the god of war's descent, it wouldn't have any effect. The god of war continued to use the golden battle axe to suppress David, not forgetting to comment, "You're learning too many things. You're not fast enough, and you're not strong enough." The god of war wanted to capture David alive, so he naturally couldn't use all his strength to kill him. He wanted to use this kind of suppression to destroy David's will to fight and suppress David until he surrendered. David's defense became more and more difficult. The god of war with the golden battle axe was at the pinnacle even among the demigods. Every time the two divine weapons collided, David would feel an unparalleled impact. He had to pay the price of stepping back to dissolve part of the power from his arm. He could only dissolve part of it. The god of war's attacks always hit the nodes of David's power, making David feel very uncomfortable. David activated the storm of thoughts, talent, ability, and used a stronger thinking ability to deal with the god of war's attacks. However, this only reduced the time of failure. After dozens of attacks from the god of war, David felt his hand lighten. The god of war's attack this time was strange. The divine weapon knight sword in David's hand was sent flying. The god of war reached out to grab David. After losing the divine weapon knight's sword, David lost his only weapon to hurt the god of war. The god of war didn't believe that David had the ability to break through his defense. In his eyes, David had already lost his ability to fight. Black Dragon Alexis and David's souls were connected. The Black Dragon Alexis didn't feel the panic in David's heart. Instead, he felt the calmness in David's heart. It was a feeling of victory, so the Black Dragon Alexis didn't attack. Anyway, if David was really in trouble, the Black Dragon Alexis on David's shoulder could attack at any time. Chapter 1149. The biggest difference between David and the others in the great world of God wasn't his power, but his lack of fear towards the gods. Everyone in the great world of God had received the supreme education of the gods since they were young. Even if they were powerful, they couldn't make this fear disappear. Just like Speaker Gould, he had decided to lead the nobles to fight against the shrines of war, or even the 5 shrines, to fight for the nobles and the knight's own interests. But when he saw the god of war, being able to stand at the beginning was already his greatest effort. Speaker Gould wouldn't have any thoughts of fighting against the god of war at all. The supremacy of the gods was still in his mind. David was different. He had seen many gods and fought with them himself. Especially after the black dragon Alexis became his servant, he didn't have much fear towards the gods anymore. The god of war waved his hand, and the divine weapon golden battle axe knocked the divine weapon knight's sword away. David's expression didn't change. David kept retreating with the power of the god of war. The god of war calmly watched David retreat, and his body followed suit. From his point of view, David just wanted to struggle, or maybe he wanted to use the 6 divine weapons, the death god's chain, to turn the tables. Unfortunately, although the death god's chain was a powerful divine weapon, the user was only David, who had just become a demigod. He couldn't unleash the power of the death god's chain at all. When the god of war was prepared, the death god's chain couldn't pose a threat to him at all. The god of war reached out his hand in front of David. When he was about to grab David's shoulder, the 6 death god's chain wrapped around him like 6 snakes. This was the talent ability of David's entanglement of spider silk, which activated the 6 death god's chain. Not a bad control ability. You have wasted your talent on so many abilities. If you were proficient in one type of talent, you might be able to increase the power of your talent. The god of war didn't forget to comment, even though he was sure of victory. The 6 death gods' chains were about to reach the god of war's arm. The god of war's other hand swept across with the golden battle axe, and the 2 divine weapons clashed. If the god of death's messenger used the death god's chain against the god of war's messenger using the golden battle axe, the death god's chain wouldn't be defeated too quickly. The difference between David and the god of war was too great, especially when David was using a fighting style that he wasn't good at. The divine artifact golden battle axe swept out, and the 6 divine artifacts, Reaper's chains, were knocked flying backwards. At the same time, David's defenses were completely opened. The god of war's hand didn't stop during the battle. It was as if he had casually grabbed David's shoulder. This shoulder wasn't the one that the black dragon Alexis was on, or else the black dragon Alexis probably wouldn't have been able to hold back. The divine knight armor wasn't able to block the god of war's grab, and a terrifying power penetrated the divine knight armor and reached David's body. This didn't mean that the divine knight armor was too weak, but because the god of war had created the divine knight armor. Although the god of war didn't recognize a master, as long as he came into contact with the divine knight armor, he could easily control the divine knight armor. The god of war pulled David in front of him and looked at David with a scrutinizing gaze. "Don't struggle, interesting little guy. Before I send you to the war star, I will study your secrets." David's body was grabbed by the god of war, and he couldn't move. He could only wave his arms helplessly. The black dragon Alexis was also constantly sending messages to David through the master-servant contract, asking if he needed to act. David suddenly smiled. His face was less than 20 centimeters away from the god of war's face, and his arms moved even closer to the god of war. The god of war felt that David's smile was strange. It was a mocking smile, but also a smug smile from a successful scheme. At the same time, the god of war sensed danger. The god of war was about to use his strength and completely control David's body, but he was too late. David had been waiting for this opportunity the entire time. For this opportunity, he even made a concession to let the god of war capture him. Of course, David dared to do this because he clearly knew that the god of war wanted to capture him alive. Although he didn't know what benefits the god of war wanted to exchange him for, he could guarantee that the god of war wouldn't take his life. What David needed to do was to close the distance between him and the god of war and deliver a fatal blow. With the god of war's combat ability, David couldn't take advantage of him in battle, let alone deliver a fatal blow. The god of war wouldn't give him this chance. David activated the destruction territory on his left index finger, and the terrifying destruction rule energy exploded instantly. At such a close distance, no one could escape the attack of the destruction territory. As soon as David thought about it, his left index finger flicked. The destruction rule energy hit the god of war's body. If this was the real body of the god of war, David's destruction rule energy wouldn't be enough. Although the destruction rule energy was extremely powerful, the amount of destruction rule energy in David's body was too little. With this amount of destruction rule energy, it wouldn't be able to do much damage to the God of War's body. However, it wasn't the God of War's body that David was fighting. It was only the body of a level 4 Sky Knight that had been forcefully raised to demigod level by the God of War. The God of War's attack power had reached the peak of demigod level in the state of God's descent. With the God of War's powerful combat skills, he was almost invincible among demigods. If the God of War didn't want to capture David alive, his previous attack would have been enough to kill David. Then, David wouldn't have dared to play like this. He would have just called out the Black Dragon Alexis for help. The defense of the God of War in the state of God's descent wasn't even as good as a normal demigod. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine golden battle axe was mobilizing the power of faith of various shrines, David's various attacks would have more or less had some effect. After encountering the destruction rule energy, these defenses couldn't even resist for a second. The destruction rule energy broke through the God of War's defense and hit the God of War's chest with unparalleled power. The God of War's body that was grabbing onto David froze. He looked at David in disbelief. Then, the God of War's descent body turned into a bloody mist. This wasn't the God of Blood's ability. The God of War's descent body was forcefully shattered by an unparalleled force. Even the God of War's divine will was greatly damaged. He didn't escape after the God of War's descent body was shattered. Of course, as long as the God of War's divine will left the God of War's divine will, he wouldn't be able to escape from the Shadow Attendant. At least until now, no soul had been able to successfully escape from the Shadow Attendant. The Shadow Attendant appeared and absorbed the God of War's divine will. David's body regained its freedom. His will wrapped around the Divine Knight battle sword that was knocked away and flew back into his right hand. His left hand grabbed onto the divine golden battle axe that was falling down due to the disappearance of the God of War's descent body. Just as the divine golden battle axe was in his hand, he felt the divine golden battle axe crazily struggling to break free from his hand. David understood that the God of War was recalling his divine weapon, the golden battle axe. Now that he had offended the God of War to this extent, David and the God of War had already formed a grudge. How could David let the God of War take back the divine golden battle axe? He grabbed the divine golden battle axe with his left hand and stabilized it with force before stuffing it into the divine space card. When the divine golden battle axe entered the space of the divine space card, the God of War's divine golden battle axe also lost its target. In fact, David could have kept the divine artifact golden battle axe in his soul space small world and achieved the same effect, or even better. There were some rules of the world in the dimensional fragment, and it wasn't part of the main world. When the divine artifact and its owner weren't in the same main world, the owner couldn't take back the divine artifact. This situation wasn't common. Normally, the dimensional fragment that was made into a storage space would lose most of the rules of the world and only retain a large amount of space. This situation couldn't isolate the connection between the divine artifact and its owner, and the size of the dimensional fragment wouldn't allow anyone to carry it around. If David didn't have the God of Death's divine space card, he wouldn't be able to carry two dimensional fragments around. After the God of War's divine descent was killed, the suppression that the God of War exerted on Chairman Gould and the other 14 legendary knights disappeared. The 15 legendary knights were able to move freely and stood up from the ground. Chairman Gould and the other 2 legendary lords felt their mouths go dry. If it hadn't happened in front of their eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Just a moment ago, Lord Arthur killed the God of War's divine artifact. The realm of blood on planet Haida collapsed, and the blood mist quickly faded. The God of Blood's divine artifact that was hidden on planet Haida wanted to leave after seeing the God of War's divine artifact. However, after seeing the God of War's divine artifact and the terrifying Lord Arthur, the God of Blood's divine artifact waited for a while to see the result. When the God of Blood's divine artifact saw that Lord Arthur had destroyed the God of War's divine artifact, it no longer had any interest in staying. The God of Blood's divine artifact burned the blood energy of the realm of blood and used the energy to retrieve its divine artifact. The God of Blood's divine artifact left so quickly because it knew the terror of the god of war better than anyone else. Even if the god of war was just a god's descent, it was enough to make low-level gods unable to resist when he was controlling his main weapon, the artifact. Lord Arthur, who could destroy the god of war's divine artifact, was extremely terrifying. The god of blood's divine artifact thought that Lord Arthur had most likely wanted to give it a fatal blow. Fortunately, it saw through it and retreated. Perhaps David didn't understand the significance of this. This was the first time a master of the great world of God had defeated the god of war. David had destroyed the god of war's invincible golden body, so the god of war was no longer the symbol of invincibility. Archbishop McKinley saw the battle through the scanning circle. In order to stabilize his position, he shared the battle process with all the shrines of war in space. Archbishop McKinley's original intention was to let the shrines of war see with their own eyes how he had used a trap to hand Lord Arthur, the enemy of the shrines of war, over to the god of war. When the god of war's divine artifact was destroyed by Lord Arthur, all the shrines in the starship in space let out a cry of sorrow. The shrines were fine. They only felt heartache that the god they believed in had been defeated. The god of war's defeat was even more painful than their own defeat. However, the shrines were different. Most of the shrines were knights, so their faith was not as firm as the shrines. Therefore, when they saw the god of war's divine artifact turn into a bloody mist, they felt like their faith had been destroyed. The shrines of war had always preached that the god of war was invincible. Even the god of war's divine book had such records. For tens of thousands of years, the concept of the god of war being invincible was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Once this invincibility was destroyed, the image of the god of war would also be greatly affected. Archbishop McKinley also realized this and shouted, "My lord was only tricked by Lord Arthur. This divine artifact is not my lord's true strength. Everyone, chant the divine artifact." Chanting the divine artifact was a way to strengthen faith. At this time, it was necessary to use the divine artifact to cleanse the faith of some of the shrines and minimize the influence of their faith. However, the human heart was sometimes the most difficult to control. If Archbishop McKinley did not explain and only ordered them to chant the divine artifact, the effect might have been better. Archbishop McKinley's explanation had the opposite effect. The battle between the god of war's divine artifact and Lord Arthur was witnessed by all the shrines. The god of war's god's descent was a one-on-one battle with Lord Arthur. The god of war's god's descent and Lord Arthur both used artifacts. Under the same conditions, the failure of the god of war's god's descent was a fair result. The shrines chanted the divine artifact, thinking that since the god of war had lost his invincibility, the cleansing effect of the divine artifact would be very limited. Archbishop McKinley did not expect this outcome. If he had another chance, he would definitely not share the battle process with all the shrines. Archbishop McKinley was already thinking about how he could suppress this matter. However, when he thought about Overlord Arthur, Chairman Gould, the 2 legendary-level overlords, and the 12 legendary-level knights, he knew that it was impossible to suppress this matter. Chapter 1150. Lord Arthur, you've won. Chairman Gould stared at David blankly. He still felt like he was in a dream. "I've won," David replied with a smile. He released his spirit and wrapped the shrines. David realized that although the shrines didn't have an energy core, the materials used to make the shrines had a special effect. He couldn't sense every corner of the temporary war shrines. As long as the temporary war shrines had a sealed room, they could block his spirit. David used his spirit to force open all the doors of the temporary war shrines. He wanted to see if the temporary war shrines had any other hidden tricks. Soon, he found a scanning circle that was powered by the power of faith. With his knowledge as a grandmaster alchemist, he tracked the signal sent by the circle in reverse. The direction of the signal from the scanning array was the space of planet Haida. David knew that it was sending a message to the starry sky, flying ship of the War Temple. With a wave of his hand, David stored the temporary War Temple into his divine artifact space card and said, "Chairman Gould, I'm going to deal with some trouble. I'll be right back." If it weren't for this opportunity, David wouldn't have been able to get the temporary war shrines. Otherwise, he would have been able to break into the main shrines and take over the main shrine's warehouse. Be careful. Chairman Gould didn't know what David had found, so he could only remind him. The energy wings on David's back flapped. His body became blurry and disappeared. Chairman Gould and the other two legendary lords only saw a faint figure fly into the sky and disappear. They looked at each other and wanted to confirm that this wasn't a dream. When facing the god of war, 15 legendary knights had lost their ability to fight. The feeling of powerlessness was etched in their bones. After that, the battle between Lord Arthur and the god of war was beyond their understanding. Although Chairman Gould and the other two legendary lords were on the ground, they could still see, hear, and sense the battle through their eyes, ears, and spirit. They were very close to the battlefield, so they could see the battle more clearly than the priests in space through the scanning circle. Lord Arthur's sword talent ability and the god of war's higher level attack made these lords, who thought they were the top masters in the great world of God, feel weak. After leaving the range of Chairman Gould and the other two legendary knights, David waved his hand and activated his talent ability. "Get out of here!" Archbishop McKinley ordered loudly when he realized that he had lost connection with the scanning circle. He felt goosebumps all over his body. Archbishop McKinley, who was very familiar with Suzerain Arthur, naturally knew about the crazy past of the gentle-looking Suzerain Arthur. None of Lord Arthur's enemies could survive. Archbishop McKinley had set up such a trap. If he failed to capture Lord Arthur, he would have to face Lord Arthur's revenge. Lord Arthur's revenge was death. If one analyzed the level 5 masters who had fallen in these years, they would find that most of them had fallen in the hands of Lord Arthur. The starships of shrines of war accelerated and prepared to return. David scanned all the starry sky flying ships with his mind power. Then, in one of the starry sky flying ships, a spatial rift appeared in front of Archbishop McKinley. David's figure came out and stood in front of Archbishop McKinley. "Protect." The two level 5 knights, who were trained by the shrines of war, had just uttered a word when they disappeared as if their necks were being strangled. Other than David and Archbishop McKinley, who was standing in front of him, every corner of the starship was enveloped by lightning. David activated the lightning domain in the starship. The starships that had gone a distance away and thought they had escaped were all surrounded by lightning. The power of the demigod-level lightning domain in the hands of the demigod-level David was far from what the priests and shrines of war could withstand. Even the barrier of the starry sky flying ship was instantly broken apart. In a breath's time, all the combat forces of the shrines of war were killed. "Lord Arthur, I didn't expect to meet you again in such a way." Archbishop McKinley looked at David with despair in his eyes. Archbishop McKinley sensed what was happening around him. Lord Arthur's revenge was as sharp as ever. In the past, Archbishop McKinley had read about it from various intelligence reports. After becoming enemies with Overlord Arthur, he finally understood the despair of Overlord Arthur's enemies. "Archbishop McKinley, I didn't expect it either," David said in a deep voice. Even though David knew that people with faith would only put their faith first, he still felt helpless because he was going to lose a friend. "Fate makes fools of people. You're too strong," Archbishop McKinley said bitterly. Facing death, Archbishop McKinley thought of his past with David. From fighting alongside David to becoming friends with him, he obtained resources from David and gained a greater say in the shrines of war. If this had continued, they would have remained friends. Unfortunately, everything changed because of the prophecy of the god of war. Archbishop McKinley somehow obtained everything he had dreamed of: the highest authority of the shrines of war, the position of archbishop, and legendary-level combat power. However, what he needed to do was to become enemies with Lord Arthur. In fact, Archbishop McKinley had no choice. When the god of war chose him, only one of them could survive. Either he or Lord Arthur would die. "Perhaps you'll survive in another way." David said something that Archbishop McKinley didn't understand, and stabbed his sword into Archbishop McKinley's heart. Throughout the entire process, Archbishop McKinley didn't retaliate. He knew his own limits. His legendary level power was forcefully raised by the god of war, and he had an absolute advantage against level 5 powerhouses. However, it was hard to say whether he would be able to deal with powerhouses of the same level, let alone the demigod Lord Arthur. Although Archbishop McKinley had explained the reason for the god of war's defeat to the other priests and priests, he had already acknowledged Lord Arthur's power. Priests who weren't good at fighting lost their will to fight, and after losing their will to fight, they also lost their will to resist. After Archbishop McKinley's death, the shadow attendant had already absorbed all the souls that had been killed. At this moment, it appeared beside Archbishop McKinley's corpse and absorbed the soul of Archbishop McKinley, who was being led away. Although Archbishop McKinley had just become an archbishop, the god of war urgently needed a powerful archbishop to take charge of affairs during this special period. Therefore, the god of war expended a large amount of divine power to forcefully transform Archbishop McKinley. David kept Archbishop McKinley's corpse, and his consciousness scanned all the starships. These starships of the shrines of war stored a large amount of war resources. The electric light realm he used was controlled very carefully. It didn't destroy the starships, but only killed all the lives. After David returned to planet Haida, he took out the starship from his space pendant and said, "Chairman Gould, I've prepared a starship for you. Let's take the starship to planet Baia, and then go back through the planet-level portal." Chairman Gould looked at the starship in front of him and understood where Lord Arthur had gone and what he had done. The starship itself was in the style of the Shrines of War, and with the symbol of the scepter, it meant that this was the starship specially used by the Shrines of War. Since Lord Arthur had brought back the starship specially used by the Shrines of War, there was no need to say much about Archbishop McKinley's fate. Chairman Gould gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Arthur, this time when I go back, I will report to all the nobles about the actions of the Shrines of War and reduce the influence of the Shrines of War to the minimum." Chairman Gould couldn't help David in battle, so he could only influence the nobles to reduce the influence of the Shrines of War. Yeah, if it wasn't for Lord Arthur this time, we would have been trapped on planet Haida. A legendary rank, Lord said angrily. Although they had been tricked into participating in the mission of the Shrines of War in the name of the 5 shrines, the Shrines of War obviously wanted to bear all the consequences. In addition, Chairman Gould and the other 2 legendary rank lords knew that they couldn't go against the 5 shrines at the same time, so they could only target the Shrines of War who were in charge. "You guys have to be careful." David nodded and said. The starship arrived at planet Baja and landed in the tent area outside the main city. The people here hadn't received the news of the battle yet. This was normal. The god of war's body was destroyed by Lord Arthur, and the god of war was defeated by Lord Arthur. This kind of news couldn't be transmitted in time. Another reason was that this kind of news couldn't be transmitted through the communication circle. At most, it would be secretly transmitted when there was no one around. At that time, the priests and priests of the war temple who were in the space of Haida were shocked by the news and prepared to flee. When David appeared, the speed of the slaughter was too fast, and the news couldn't be transmitted at all. Therefore, when the starship landed, the Shrines of War's priests and Shrines of War on planet Baja came to greet them. Even the priests and priests of the 4 shrines who had been chased back wanted to come and find out what happened. Under everyone's gaze, the starship's hatch opened, and the priests and priests of war shrines were about to salute. However, they found that the one who walked out of the starship wasn't Archbishop McKinley, but Lord Arthur. David waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning appeared and killed all the Shrines of War's priests and priests. "Lord Arthur, what is the meaning of this?" Bishop Evans of the Just Shrines was shocked and asked loudly. Although he was chased away from planet Haida by Archbishop McKinley, the 5 shrines were still on the same side. Since the Shrines of War were killed in front of him, of course he had to stand up. "Bishop Evans, do you really have no idea why I'm doing this?" David asked in a deep voice. Bishop Evans was a little speechless. When he saw Lord Arthur killing the Shrines of War, he was indeed enraged, but he knew the reason behind it. Archbishop McKinley used the name of the 5 shrines to lure Chairman Gould and the Supreme Council to Planet Haida. It was also because of this that the 4 shrines were chased away by the Shrines of War. Lord Arthur appeared here and sat on the starship of the Shrines of War. It was very likely that Lord Arthur had found out about what happened and was there to take revenge for Chairman Gould. Even Archbishop McKinley was also killed by Lord Arthur. Otherwise, where did this starship come from? I'm sure everyone knows the details of my feud with the Shrines of War. The Shrines of War have set up traps time and time again, and I will fight back. Today is the beginning of my counterattack. David said again in a deep voice. How is Chairman Gould? Bishop Bolin couldn't help but ask. Bishop Bolin was very worried that Lord Arthur was really taking revenge for Chairman Gould. If that happened, the main family would decline. Bishop Bolin, bishops, I'm fine. At this moment, Chairman Gould said as he walked down from the starship, followed by the 14 other legendary ranked knights. Chairman Gould, it's good that you're fine, Bishop Bolin said with a smile, feeling relieved. Regarding the process of this incident, I will send a written report to the Shrines of Earth, Justice, Knowledge, and Shrines of Wealth. I will also make it public to the great world of God. I never thought that the Shrines of War would act like this, completely ignoring the laws jointly formulated by the 5 shrines. Chairman Gould said loudly. The 4 shrines understood that the operation of Shrines of War had failed, and Chairman Gould, who was targeted by the Shrines of War, would definitely retaliate. Not to mention Chairman Gould, even the 4 bishops felt that the Shrines of War had gone overboard. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. David deliberately distanced himself from the 12 legendary knight clones and did not leave together. He bowed slightly and said, because Chairman Gould was willing to write a written report, the 4 bishops could not keep Lord Arthur because of Lord Arthur's massacre. David put the starship of the Shrines of War into the space pendant and flew towards the planetary level portal of the main city. Chairman Gould and the 2 legendary lords all bowed and watched David leave. 4 bishops, we have completed the mission of the shrines this time. How will the merits be distributed? Chairman Gould asked the 4 bishops after David's figure disappeared. He was actually questioning the issue of the mission issued by the 5 shrines. Now that the members of the Shrines of War had all fallen, someone must give him and the Supreme Council an explanation. Chapter 11:51. The god of war, who was sitting in the small world, no longer looked as relaxed as before. Instead, it was replaced with extreme anger. His anger caused the small world to be filled with thunder and lightning. The creatures in the small world all prostrated themselves on the ground and endured his anger. After the god of war's anger, he became extremely curious. That was because Lord Arthur's attack had given him too much of a shock. Although the god of war's divine thought had been absorbed, the god of war's mind had personally descended into the body of the level 4 Sky Knight. He was still very clear about the feelings of the battle. Lord Arthur's terrifying attack contained extreme power and unimaginable speed. Even though the god of war had borrowed the body of the oracle, he was unable to detect the process of Lord Arthur's attack. The power of that attack had directly broken the defense of the god of war's divine descent and caused the oracle's body to explode. This required at least the power of a true god. The god of war was 100% sure that Lord Arthur's power was not at the god level, but only at the beginning of the demigod level. I can't let him continue to grow, the god of war muttered. However, the god of war would definitely not let the other 4 gods interfere in this matter. Being defeated by a master born in the great world of God, even if it was only in the state of divine descent, was enough to be laughed at by the other 4 gods. Regardless of whether the other 4 gods knew about it or not, the god of war would not take the initiative to let the other 4 gods laugh at him. The archbishop has fallen again. Just as the god of war was thinking, he sensed the fall of Archbishop McKinley and couldn't help but frown as he spoke. The fall of one archbishop was nothing, but the fall of 2 archbishops consecutively, and at the hands of the same person, made the god of war feel very helpless. At the same time, the god of war felt a little heartache. In order to let Archbishop McKinley grow quickly, he had used up a lot of divine power to make him a true archbishop. In the end, he didn't get any benefits and instead wasted his divine power. However, the god of war wasn't in a hurry. The god of war's foundation was very strong. He could choose a new archbishop from the priests at any time, but it would consume his divine power again. Although he enjoyed 50% of the world's faith, it did not mean that the god of war had so much faith that he could waste it as he wished. A god who became a god through faith would consume the power of faith in everything he did. In addition, the god of war liked to simulate wars in small worlds, so his power of faith was consumed even more. If there was a small world that didn't consume faith power, it was probably only David's small world in his soul space that didn't consume faith power. That was because David's small soul world was maintained by the world tree. The world tree was constantly strengthening the small soul world. Not only did it transform the small soul world into a real world, but it was also growing the small soul world. At this time, David had just returned from planet Baia to planet Gami. The moment he reached planet Gami, he immediately returned to his castle. There were some gains this time, and they needed David to deal with them. On Haida, Archbishop McKinley had schemed against David and brought the god of war to Haida. This gave David a chance to face the god of war, one of the 5 gods in the great world of God. Furthermore, the god of war had appeared in front of him in his weakest state, using the body of a level 4 sky knight to perform a god's descent. Perhaps in the great world of God, such a god's descent would be invincible. However, there were many legendary knights now, and the appearance of a demigod like David had long broken the standards of the great world of God. Of course, this definitely didn't mean that the god of war's descent was weak. In fact, after the battle with the god of war's descent, David understood the gap between him and the god of war for the first time. Perhaps for all knights, having the talent of swordsmanship was the pinnacle of a knight's swordsmanship. The swordsmanship experts who had died at the hands of David were indeed comparable to the other knights in the great world of God. However, for the gods who had lived for tens of thousands of years, the swordsmanship experience of some experts who were more than 100 years old was too weak in front of the gods. David, who had mastered the swordsmanship talent, was almost unable to fight back against the god of war's battle techniques. The fact that the god of war had suppressed David with pure battle techniques was very clear. David wanted to improve his own battle techniques so that he could have the same battle techniques as the god of war. It was impossible to achieve through practice alone. The god of war had experienced too many battles, and all of them were against powerful gods. These experiences couldn't be achieved through practice in a short period of time. However, this didn't mean that David didn't have a chance. This time, he used a little trick to kill the god of war's descent and let the shadow attendant absorb the divine sense in the god of war's descent. The divine we use for God's descent would have one or more innate abilities. When the god of war descended, he had engaged in close combat with David. David believed that the battle techniques used by the god of war would definitely appear in the divine sense talent. However, David didn't know if his luck was good or not. Would the shadow attendant be able to extract the battle technique light ball from the god of war's divine sense? David reached out his hand to summon the shadow attendant. He pressed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder, and his mind entered the shadow attendant's body. The shadow attendant's knowledge light ball had been replenished this time. There were a few hundred more knowledge light balls, but he didn't care about normal knowledge light balls. David's eyes were attracted by a knowledge light ball with a faint golden glow. That was the knowledge light ball extracted from the god of war's divine sense. His mind focused on the ball of knowledge, and he knew the information contained in the ball of knowledge. The god of war talent. Knowledge light ball was a pure knowledge light ball. Although the god of war talent inside was a knowledge light ball, it was god tier. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, David brought the god of war talent, knowledge light ball, into his small soul dimension. The world tree held the god of war talent, knowledge light ball with a branch, and asked David what to do with it. David naturally chose to absorb it himself. How could he use such a precious god-tier talent light ball for other purposes? The world tree turned the god of war talent knowledge light ball into a fruit. When David's mind touched it, the fruit turned into a part of the knowledge that was transferred into David's mind. The other part became the god of war pattern and flew into the soul fortress. After digesting the knowledge of the god of war talent ability in his mind, David understood the origin of the god of war talent ability. One could tell what the god of war was good at from his name. When the god of war was still weak, he was a battle maniac. The greatest thing about the god of war was that he turned his battle skills into powerful rules. Although the god of war became a god through faith, with a god of war talent ability, he had a god-tier close combat ability that was comparable to a god. David's sword skill talent ability was said to be comparable to rules, but it wasn't at the level of rules. Even if the sword skill talent ability reached the standard of rules, there were still strong and weak rules. The god of war talent ability that the god of war perfected over tens of thousands of years far surpassed the sword skill talent ability. The more David studied, the more he admired the genius of the god of war. Perhaps the god of war couldn't be called a genius anymore. He should be the favorite of heaven and earth, favored by the great world of God. The god of war talent ability wasn't just the use of battle axes. It was also a battle concept that improved battle skills to an unparalleled level. As a human god, he could use various artifacts to increase his defense and attack power, but to maximize the power of the artifact, he needed battle skills to support it. However, the god of war did something unprecedented. He was one of the 5 strongest gods in the world with his battle skills, and became one of the masters of the great world of God. David used to learn battle axes, but he liked swords more. This might be related to his education in his previous life. In the historical knowledge of his previous life, swords were extremely noble. Only people with high status could carry swords. In addition, David wanted to integrate into the aristocratic system of the great world of God, so he needed to use a long sword like other knights. David came to the training room, took out an ordinary long sword from the side, and began to integrate the god of war talent ability into the long sword. The knowledge of the god of war talent ability was like a general outline of a strategically advantageous position. Any weapon could produce the corresponding effect. While David was fascinated by the knowledge of the god of war talent ability, the outside world had already gone crazy. First of all, the god of war was defeated by Lord Arthur. This subverted the understanding of the people who heard the news. Everyone's reaction was disbelief. But this news was confirmed by the 3 legendary knights, including President Gould. These 3 legendary knights were at the scene and saw the battle with their own eyes. The identities of the 3 legendary knights, including President Gould, forced the audience to believe. The death of the New War Shrines, Archbishop McKinley, also indirectly proved this matter. Secondly, the Shrines of War set a trap. They used the Shrine's recruitment privilege to frame President Gould and the other knights who participated in the mission. The actions of the War Shrines cast a shadow over the future recruitment of Shrines. In the future, if the Shrines were to be recruited again, would the powerhouses still dare to believe in the Shrines? Powerful enemies were not scary. Knights dared to fight powerful enemies, but they did not want to die with a dagger in their backs. The War Shrines had made a bad start. Although President Gould did not blame the other 4 shrines, all of the shrines were affected, and the War Shrines were the most affected. In the condemnation of the Supreme Council, the top nobles publicly expressed their dissatisfaction with the War Shrines. This public expression was not limited to the nobles, but also to the civilians. Although the public expression of dissatisfaction by the top nobles did not affect the devout believers of the god of war, it had a great impact on the shallow believers. Many shallow believers immediately stopped believing in the nobles after the public expression of dissatisfaction. The Supreme Council was the actual supreme ruler of the great world of God. Under the operation of the Supreme Council, the War Shrines were losing a large number of believers. It was also because the Supreme Council was only targeting the War Shrines and not the other shrines. Although the 5 shrines ruled together, they were also in a competitive relationship. On the surface, they did not appear to be fighting for believers, but secretly, they were all trying to get more believers. After the war shrines lost their believers, some of the believers would convert to the other 4 shrines. This was something that the 4 shrines were willing to see. In the main hall of the war shrines, the statue of the god of war in the middle suddenly shone brightly. It was like a summons. All the shrine's priests and priests in the main shrines came to the main hall and prostrated themselves on the ground, waiting piously for the arrival of their lord. There was no longer any panic on the faces of the priests and priests. When the consciousness of the god of war descended, they were extremely calm. Level 5 priest Jot was an old priest of the war shrines. He had long been marginalized in the struggle for power. Fortunately, he was a level 5 priest, so he lived a comfortable life in the war shrines. Level 5 priest Jot had his own rules of survival. He had never participated in dangerous operations, such as the one that surrounded Lord Arthur. To Jot, it was extremely dangerous to be enemies with Lord Arthur. This was because Jot's nightmare was that the world's top assassin, Cameron, had died at the hands of Lord Arthur. Therefore, the war shrines had organized many missions against Lord Arthur, but he had always rejected them with all kinds of excuses. It was also because of Jot's repeated rejections that he could become one of the few level 5 priests of the war shrines. No matter how many level 5 priests there were in the war shrines, they would not be able to withstand the attacks of the 2 archbishops. A large number of level 5 priests were sent to Lord Arthur's sword. Level 5 priest Jot knelt on the ground and recited the contents of the Book of God. His devotion was not to be doubted. The biggest reason he was able to become a level 5 priest was because he was more devout than the other priests. While Jot was reciting, a golden light appeared in his hand and turned into a special scepter. The light from the statue of the god of war in the center of the hall dissipated. The descent of the god of war had ended. Greetings, Archbishop Jot. Without any hesitation, no matter how dissatisfied they were, all the priests and priests acknowledged Jot's new status as a level 5 priest. This was the god of war's personal choice. No one dared to go against the will of the god of war. Archbishop Jot stared blankly at the scepter in his hand. If possible, he did not want to accept this scepter at all. The scepter in his hand represented the highest authority of the war shrines, and he would be the closest person to the god of war. However, this scepter also represented danger. In a short period of time, 2 shrines of the war shrines had fallen. From this, one could see how dangerous it was to be an archbishop of the war shrines. Chapter 1152. What made Archbishop Jot even sadder was that his lord had given him a scepter as a symbol of power. When Archbishop McKinley was chosen, he was directly promoted from a 5th-level priest to the legendary rank. The previous Archbishop Guy had been receiving God's blessings, and his power had been increasing continuously. But what about Archbishop Jot? He had been chosen by the god of war to become an archbishop without any indication. It wasn't that he didn't express anything either. He had still been given a scepter as a symbol of power, but a scepter was a necessity for an archbishop. Archbishop Jot had a feeling that the god of war had chosen him as the archbishop of the shrines of war because he had no other choice. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Archbishop Jot didn't know that the god of war was a little reluctant to give up his divine power. Besides, the god of war also knew that it was impossible to deal with Lord Arthur by increasing the power of an archbishop. God's decree: capture Lord Arthur at all costs. You're allowed to use all war weapons. Archbishop Jot was still thinking when a message came from the scepter into his mind. Archbishop Jot couldn't help but be stunned. He had thought that the god of war had left early and wouldn't give him any more decrees. He wouldn't force him to deal with Lord Arthur and wouldn't be in danger. Even though Archbishop Jot was very firm in his beliefs, he still felt like he was asking the cow to work, but not the cow to eat the grass. Let's drag it out, Archbishop Jot thought to himself. He decided to drag it out one day at a time. After 2 days of practice, David had integrated the talent of the god of war into his swordsmanship. David only thought of his other gains now. Naturally, the most were the 5th-level soul origins. The god of blood alone had provided David with 100 5th-level soul origins. In addition, when David had slaughtered Archbishop McKinley's team, He had killed 5 fifth-level priests and 5 fifth-level knights of the Holy Cathedral. These were 110 fifth-level soul origins. This allowed David's soul doppelgangers to increase to 4 legendary level soul doppelgangers and 293 fifth-level soul doppelgangers. Robbing the gods is still the most rewarding. David couldn't help but exclaim. If others were to hear his words, they would probably be scared to death. Since when did anyone dare to become rich by robbing gods? However, it was true that the majority of the 293 fifth-level soul clones were obtained from gods. David himself had traveled through the 3 worlds, fighting and causing trouble everywhere, but he only had 93 level 5 souls. It was not David's fault for not working hard. Not only did the Interstellar Federation not have a level 5 priest, but among the level 5 priests in the great world of God, level 5 priests were considered shrines and were rarely seen. As for the 5th-ranked Temple Knight, the majority of them were acquaintances of David. Even if they didn't know each other, they were still considered allies. The majority of the 5th-ranked Temple Knights David had killed were those who didn't dare to find trouble with him after he became famous. It was impossible for David to massacre the 5th-level powerhouses in the great world of God for the sake of his 5th-level soul doppelgangers. As for the Zerg world, unless he had no other choice, David would not go there to cause trouble. The main reason was that the God-level Zerg in the Zerg world were too fast. Once he was targeted, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, in the 3 worlds, it was not realistic to obtain a large number of 5th-level soul origins by killing 5th-level powerhouses. Only the gods who already had a large number of 5th-level soul origins could obtain so many 5th-level soul origins. David also found Archbishop McKinley's soul in the shadow attendant's body. Archbishop McKinley's soul was a little special and was somewhat similar to Archbishop Gay's soul. David sent Archbishop McKinley's soul into the small world in his soul space, and it was immediately attracted by the branches of the world tree. Next to Archbishop Guy was Archbishop McKinley, who also chanted along with him. David felt that the power of faith generated in the small world in his soul space had suddenly increased by a large margin. This was not a small increase. It was close to doubling the amount. David wondered if there was a problem somewhere. This was mainly because the base number of believers in his small world in his soul space was too small, and the power of faith generated was too little. Every increase would be particularly eye-catching. David, who had stayed in the castle for 2 days, walked out of the castle. With his character, it was already unusual that he hadn't taken revenge on the shrines of the war for a long time. David decided to take revenge and had an idea. "My lord, I heard that you defeated that person." Legend Annabella immediately ran over to ask David when she saw him. If it weren't for the fact that she was afraid of disturbing David, Legend Annabella would have asked David when she received the news 2 days ago. Although Legend Annabella got the news from Chairman Gould, and Chairman Gould wouldn't lie to her, she still wanted to get an accurate answer from David. Legend Annabella didn't mention the name of the god of war, and she couldn't hide it in time. It's just a level 4 Sky Knight's godly body. It's too far from the actual combat power of the god of war. David said with a smile and a shake of his head. He didn't dare to say that he had defeated the god of war. The god of war wasn't someone he could deal with at the moment. It was just that in order to defeat the level 4 Sky Knight's godly body, David had used all of his schemes and plotted against the god of war. Otherwise, with the strength of the god of war, David wouldn't even be able to defeat the godly body. David said the name of the god of war very casually now. He was very clear that the god of war wouldn't let him go. As a demigod, he wasn't someone the god of war could attack just by saying the name of the god of war. According to legends, as long as you said the name of a god, the god would sense it. If the god was dissatisfied with the person who said the name of the god, he could use this connection to punish the person. Therefore, in the great world of God, no one would say the name of the god unless it was a god they believed in. But Legend Annabella didn't know how to ask. She was the most clear about the power of the god of war. She had only learned a little from the battles of the god of war, but her fighting ability was already better than most knights. Even if Legend Annabella learned the sword skill from David, she still thought that the god of war's fighting skills were better than David's. Legend Annabella thought of another way and suggested, "My lord, can I have a spar with you? Okay, let me see the results of your training." David heard Legend Annabella's suggestion and wanted to see how his fighting ability was, so he nodded in agreement. In the great world of God, Legend Annabella, who had mastered this sword skill talent, was definitely at the top of the list in terms of fighting ability. David had just mastered the God of War talent, and he also wanted to fight. Legend Annabella was the best sparring partner. "My lord, please." Legend Annabella knew how strong David was, so she didn't hesitate to do a battle salute and launched an attack. The demigod light longsword in Legend Annabella's hand was activated through the sword skill talent. With a flash of sword light, it was piercing towards David's neck. Legend Annabella saw that David didn't dodge, and she also had some expectations for the sword skill talent. Legend Annabella wasn't worried that David would get hurt. After learning the sword skill talent, her control of the light longsword in her hand had reached the pinnacle. At least, she thought that this was the pinnacle of the sword skill talent. She could accurately control her light longsword and stop it at any time without hurting David. David took out his level 5 light longsword. He didn't want to use the Divine Knight's battle sword. That would damage Legend Annabella's demigod light longsword. The God of War talent was activated, and he casually blocked Legend Annabella's sword. At the same time, this sword hit the pressure point of the demigod light longsword in Legend Annabella's hand. How could Legend Annabella, who had the talent ability of swordsmanship, not know the pressure points of a sword? Usually, powerful swordsmen would consciously or unconsciously protect their pressure points in battle so that they wouldn't be hit by the opponent. However, David's sword was something that Legend Annabelle could not avoid no matter how hard she tried. Legend Annabella had a feeling that David's sword was like a sheep hanging on the horns of an antelope. There was no trace of it, and it was like it had the laws of the world. It was completely unreasonable. Legend Annabella only felt the power of the demigod light longsword in her hand leak, and she instantly lost the advantage. David waved his sword and took advantage of the situation to attack. Every strike hit the pressure point of the light longsword in Legend Annabella's hand, and Legend Annabella's sword skill talent was completely suppressed. Legend Annabelle felt that the battle with David was like facing the God of War. The feeling of being suppressed without the slightest ability to fight back made Legend Annabelle feel exhausted. Legend Annabella retreated while sensing David's continuous attacks. It was clear that David wasn't using any demigod abilities. He was completely reducing his power to the same level as Legend Annabella. The more Legend Annabella fought, the more surprised she became. David's way of fighting was similar to the God of War's God of War. Although the God of War was best at axes, he still used a long sword every time. "Let go." David took another step, and the sword in his hand hit the pressure point of the demigod light long sword in Legend Annabella's hand. This time, David increased his strength a bit, and the demigod light long sword in Legend Annabella's hand flew out. It was just like the battle between David and the God of War, but this time, David was the winner. Legend Annabella didn't have David's calculations, nor did she have David's trump card. The moment the demigod light longsword flew out, it was blocked by David's longsword. "Nice!" David laughed as he put away his sword and stretched. Although he had the talent ability of the God of War, the experience of being suppressed by the God of War still made him very unhappy. In the battle against Legend Annabelle, David had used the God of War's form to perfectly suppress her. This made David feel the power of the God of War's innate ability. "My lord, why do I feel that your fighting skills are very similar to that person's?" Legend Annabella didn't feel bad about losing to David. Losing to him wasn't shameful at all. She was just curious. Annabella's legendary swordsmanship talent came from David. She didn't think that the swordsmanship talent she had just mastered was stronger than David's. David naturally couldn't tell her about the shadow attendant, so he explained with a smile, "Legend Annabella, your intuition is very accurate. This is the fighting skill I learned from the battle with the God of War." Legend Annabella was stunned. She didn't expect this answer. She had once been proud. David had imparted the swordsmanship innate ability to her, and she had cultivated the swordsmanship innate ability in a short period of time. She felt that her innate talent was extremely good. But now, Legend Annabella didn't feel proud at all. She had seen an even more powerful genius. Being able to learn the fighting skills of the god of war by fighting with the god of war was simply beyond Legend Annabella's imagination. Legend Annabella was moved and asked, "My lord, can you teach me this fighting skill?" Perhaps this question was very abrupt, but Legend Annabella was extremely thirsty for power. Even if she was rejected, she still wanted to try. David shook his head and said, "This fighting skill can't be taught through the transmission of knowledge." In fact, after he got the talent ability of the god of war, he tried to let his knight clone master this talent ability. But for the talent ability of the god of war to work, it had to have the god of war pattern. Without the help of the pattern, no matter how good the theory was, it couldn't support practical application. The god of war pattern was like a decoder. The knowledge of the talent ability of the god of war could only be used through this decoder. This was also a restriction of the rules of the world. The powerful ability of the god of war couldn't be obtained so easily. The god of war probably didn't think that his god of war talent ability would be leaked. This was because after the god of war talent ability formed the god of war pattern, it became his exclusive battle ability. This exclusive ability was recognized by the rules of the world. Legend Annabella was disappointed. She could feel that David didn't lie to her about this matter. David did indeed have the ability to replicate knowledge, but these combat innate abilities had to be comprehended by himself in order to be able to replicate them completely. This was because the combat innate abilities obtained from the knowledge balls lacked the most crucial process of self-comprehension and improvement. The fighting talent ability obtained from the knowledge ball was a complete talent ability. It could be used at will, but it couldn't be copied. Chapter 1153. As the adjutant of General David, Adjutant Cyril felt that he was of little use. Of course, this was because General David was in seclusion. Without an adjutant in charge, he could only send and receive some news every day. There were 2 lieutenant generals in charge of the defense line and garrison in the Iridia sector, so he had very little work to do. Today, Adjutant Cyril received an order from General David through his identity bracelet, asking him to purchase a batch of krypton powder bombs. Although krypton powder bombs were prohibited weapons, that was only for ordinary people. It was very normal for the military to purchase krypton powder bombs. Adjutant Cyril placed an order with a specific military enterprise as fast as he could. The purchase cost of this order went through General David's personal account, so Adjutant Cyril intentionally hid the order. Cyril's adjutant had also spoken to the military enterprise, and the military enterprise accepted the concealed order without any hesitation. The order was for 1,000 krypton powder bombs. The military enterprise already had a stockpile, so it didn't take much time. Then, through the military space portal, it only took a few days for this batch of krypton crystal powder bombs, disguised as ordinary munitions, to be delivered to the military of the Ilidia Star sector and received by Cyril's adjutant. A few hours after Adjutant Cyril reported to General David about the arrival of 1,000 krypton powder bombs, General David appeared and took the 1,000 krypton powder bombs away. This was something that didn't spread at all in the Interstellar Federation, and no one expected it to have an impact on the great world of God. In the space of planet Della, David hovered in space and looked at the planet coldly. He was waiting. On planet Della, there was a standard war shrines next to the main city. It was still daytime in the main city, so David was waiting for the main city to fall into the night before he could take action. In order to take revenge on the war shrines, he studied a lot of intelligence and decided to destroy the various shrines of the war shrines. The reason why Planet Della was David's first choice was that Planet Della had the fewest believers of the god of war. Planet Della was originally a commercial planet, and most of the people on the planet believed in the god of wealth. Recently, the nobles had asked their civilians to carefully consider the issue of faith. Now, the entire great world of God, whether it was the nobles or civilians, knew that Chairman Gould of the Supreme Council, 2 legendary level knight, and more than 10 level 5 shrines had been framed by the war shrines. Although the nobles didn't say what they were referring to, the war shrines, the civilians didn't need to guess to know that the war shrines is faith. The war shrines. Shrines to the war shrines were sent to the toughest places. Naturally, the civilians would know the result. The actions of the nobles on planet Dela had a great impact on the already shaky faith in the god of war, and many civilians had changed their faith. The situation on planet Dela was just a microcosm of the great world of God, but planet Dela was the most serious. David wanted to try his revenge plan, so he needed a test subject, and the war shrines on planet Dela were the best choice. Without a strong foundation of faith, the foundation of the war shrines on planet Dela was extremely weak. Even if the war shrines found David, the god of war wouldn't be able to exert much combat power through the war shrines on planet Dela. David sat in space, thinking about his plan, and also thought of the temporary war shrines that were still in the space pendant. Although the temporary war shrines didn't have an energy core, all the components were made of standard shrines. This material could only be made by shrines, and it involved many secrets of the gods. David had been studying the temporary war shrines for many days, but he still couldn't replicate the material with the technology of the Interstellar Federation. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way that he had never tried before. David's mind wrapped around the temporary war shrines in the space pendant. The temporary war shrines couldn't be activated because they didn't have an energy core. He found a statue in the temporary war shrines. Because the temporary war shrines hadn't been activated, the statue wasn't connected to the belief network of the war shrines, and the statue was still blank. Although the statue was carved in the image of the god of war, there was no divine sense of the god of war inside. Only when it was connected to the belief network of the war shrines would the divine sense of the god of war be temporarily transferred from other war shrines. David's mind worked on the face of the god of war, and the talent of underground sneaking was activated. The material of the statue was a rare stone, and there was also a transformation of the power of faith inside. But no matter what, as long as it was stone, it would be affected by the talent of underground sneaking. The face of the statue changed according to David's thoughts, and the statue became David's original face. After that, David moved the temporary war shrines into the small world of the soul dimension and a level 5 soul double into the statue. David's prediction was right. The level 5 soul double merged into the statue. Although the statue didn't have life and wasn't a real body, it was a special container that could hold souls. When the level 5 soul double entered the statue, David felt that the level 5 soul double had a body, but this body couldn't do anything. If the temporary war shrines weren't in the small world of the soul dimension, David wouldn't have dared to try this. If the temporary war shrines were somehow connected to the god of war, sending the level 5 soul double in would bring him a lot of trouble. David's mind sensed the situation in the small world of the soul dimension. The temporary war shrines were placed next to the trunk of the world tree. With the world tree watching over them, the world tree could deal with any problems. Now that the temporary war shrines had living statues and shrines, all that was left was to activate the shrines. Although David didn't have the energy core that the temporary war shrines needed, he had the fundamental power of faith that all shrines needed. He controlled the power of faith in the small world of the soul dimension to gather towards the temporary war shrines. The power of faith in the small world had a center to gather, and after some guidance, it would automatically flow towards the temporary war shrines. After the power of faith entered the temporary war shrines, it flowed into the statue. The statue was replenished by the power of faith, and a faint golden light spread out. The temporary war shrines under the golden light were also activated by the power of faith. At this time, they shouldn't be called temporary war shrines anymore. They should be named according to the rules of most gods, which was the name of the energy contained in the body. Therefore, these shrines should be called destruction shrines. Just as David was thinking this, All the war patterns on the shrines of the god of war were replaced by destruction patterns. Archbishop Guy and Archbishop McKinley stopped chanting and flew into the shrines of destruction. The two archbishops entered the destruction shrines, and the bell of the destruction shrines rang. David finally discovered the function of the power of faith. The power of faith that had gathered in the shrines of destruction was being transformed by the statue into an extremely advanced form of energy called divine power. The divine power slowly continued to gather in the hands of the statue through the dense patterns on the statue. David then noticed that the statue's open hand wasn't for decoration, but for its own purpose. He could feel that in the center of the statue's open hand, the divine power that was gathering was also condensing. If David's perception wasn't wrong, the statue was condensing a divine power crystal. Of course, with the current number of believers in the small world of the soul dimension, it would take at least a few years for a divine power crystal to be condensed. Unless David's small world of the soul dimension had an explosive growth rate, the condensation of the divine power crystal would be accelerated. The bell of the shrines of destruction ended, and the two archbishops sat in the hall and began chanting. This time, the effect of the two archbishops chanting was stronger than before. The shrines of destruction seemed to have an extremely strong effect on chanting. David's mind moved, and he once again entered the statue of the shrines of destruction. This time, he sensed a completely different situation. He could sense the situation of each believer through the statue. The believers were divided into two groups. One group was the humans created by the mutated illusion spell, and the other group was the spirit tribe. The humans created by the illusion spell were modified by the world tree. They were not much different from real humans, and after a large amount of knowledge light balls, each of them had a relatively pure soul. David sensed the thoughts of the humans and found that their faith was extremely pure, without any messy thoughts. Other than the prayers in their hearts, there was only the thought of working hard. The spirit tribe was different. In addition to their faith, there was also a large amount of prayer content. Great God, please bless the fruit tree under my care and let it grow strong and healthy. Great God, please bless me so that I can always stay beside the world tree and never leave. The prayer content of the spirit tribe was transmitted to David's mind through the statue. He could clearly sense what each spirit tribe member wanted to do and how to do it. The spirit tribe members no longer kept secrets from David, but at the same time, a large amount of information was transmitted to David's mind, making him feel dizzy. Although David had 4 legendary level soul clones and 292 level 5 soul clones that participated in the processing of the information, he was still a little confused by the large number of wishes that he had received since he had never had any experience in this aspect. One had to know that there were only a few 100,000 spirit tribe members, and the other millions of spirit tribe members didn't have any extra thoughts. Just this alone made David somewhat unable to accept. Thinking about those gods, which one of them didn't have a large number of believers, hundreds of millions of believers, and those were real humans. With all kinds of complicated thoughts and all kinds of strange prayer content, he really didn't know how the gods dealt with it. David pulled his mind away from the statue, and the prayer content instantly disappeared from his mind. As long as he didn't take the initiative to put his mind into the statue, he wouldn't be affected by the prayer information. David shook his head. At least before he found the cultivation method of faith to become a god, he wouldn't try to put his mind into the statue again. According to Black Dragon Alexis, his soul and spirit weren't inferior to ordinary gods. He believed that the gods had some kind of special way of processing information. Alexis, how do the gods deal with a large amount of information? David asked Black Dragon Alexis. Although Black Dragon Alexis was a giant dragon that had cultivated to become a god, it had lived for a long time and had seen a lot of things. It should know about the situation of gods who had become gods through faith. My lord, you haven't become a god yet. After becoming a god, your spirit will transform into divine thoughts. A trace of spirit will transform into a strand of divine thoughts, and each strand of divine thoughts will have its own independent analysis and thinking ability. You can also set up some complicated judgment conditions for the divine thoughts, so that the divine thoughts can automatically complete the processing of affairs. Even if the gods fall into a deep sleep, it won't affect the continued operation of the divine thoughts, Black Dragon Alexis explained. Before this, David was still feeling proud of defeating a strand of the god of war's divine thoughts. But after listening to Black Dragon Alexis's explanation, the pride in his heart dissipated. He had done his best, and what he defeated was only one strand of the god of war's countless strands of divine thoughts. What was there to be proud of? According to David's own situation, he could determine how many strands of divine thoughts he would have once he became a god. This number shocked him. He also understood why the gods could handle such a large amount of data. It turned out that it was a large amount of divine thoughts that were automatically processed. This was the same principle as the photon computer of the Interstellar Federation. The entire Interstellar Federation was like a god, and every photon computer and server in the Federation was like a strand of divine thoughts of the god. Through the operation of the photon computer and server, all the affairs of the Interstellar Federation were carried out in an orderly manner. Are the divine thoughts of gods who have become gods and those who have cultivated to become gods the same? David continued to ask curiously. Of course not. Those who have cultivated to become gods focus on the strength of their divine body, not their divine thoughts. For gods who have become gods, their divine thoughts are the foundation of their divine thoughts. If they want to obtain more faith, they need to use their divine thoughts to process the information of their believers, Black Dragon Alexis explained patiently. David nodded. He thought of the Black Dragon Alexis situation. To the Black Dragon Alexis, divine thoughts were like spirit. Perhaps divine thoughts were stronger than spirit, but at most, they were clearer and more versatile. For gods who had cultivated to become gods with a strong body, it was better to spend spirit on their physical body rather than expend energy on divine thoughts. No matter how much divine thoughts improved, it wouldn't be of much help to the increase of combat power for gods. As for gods who have become gods, they would need to respond to the prayers of their believers when necessary, and they would also need to respond to the requests of their priests for divine spells. These all needed to be handled automatically by divine thoughts. Chapter 1154. After understanding the knowledge of the divine mind, David also knew his shortcomings. According to the explanation of the Black Dragon Alexis, the divine mind was like the soul avatars in David's soul space. He had nearly 300 soul avatars, but compared to the huge divine mind of a god, 300 soul avatars were worlds apart. After David knew the difference, he no longer cared about the statue. It was not something he could do at the moment. In fact, this was still a problem because he did not have the relevant inheritance. In the age of the gods, there were many beliefs which provided the best opportunity for the gods to become gods. Some gods would even establish their own shrines when they reached the legendary level and gather a group of believers. This was to get the divine crystals with their own aura, and the divine crystals were the materials to build a small world. Unless it was a vassal god cultivated by a powerful god, the self-reliant gods needed to obtain the divine crystals themselves, which was also the initial foundation of a god. When a vassal god became a god, they would be given a large number of divine crystals by a powerful god to build a small world. Because these divine crystals had the aura of a powerful god, the vassal god would always be restricted by the powerful god after becoming a god. The sky gradually darkened in the main city of planet Dela. In space, David waved his hand and activated the Void Breaker talent ability, and a space passage appeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the surface of planet Dela, far away from the Shrines of War and in the range that the Shrines of War could not scan. David took out a body from the space pendant. This was the body of a War Shrine's priest he had killed. He used a little undying life force to resurrect the priest of the War Shrines. The soul was replaced by the enchantment pattern generated by spiritual sleep. David didn't need the cleric to do anything too complicated. The cleric only had a space bag with him and nothing else. It only took 2 minutes to resurrect the priest. The priest standing in front of him, although the soul was a bit strange from the aura, it was a pure war shrines priest. David issued an order to the shrines of war shrines, and the priest turned around and ran towards the war shrines outside the main city of Planet Della. The shrines of war would alarm anything that threatened them. When a powerful life form approached the shrines, or a dangerous object approached, the shrines would send out an alarm. When necessary, the shrines would automatically summon a god. This god's descent activated the divine consciousness in a war god temple statue. The battle was not like the battle between the god of war and David. That battle was controlled by the god of war. This was not the case for ordinary god's descent. Most of the time, the divine will would respond automatically. After the application was made, the divine will would decide whether to proceed with the descent based on the conditions. This was also why no evil god's followers dared to attack the shrines. Once they attacked the shrines, there was a high possibility that they would be attacked by the god's descent. The attack of the god's descent was not something that evil god's followers could withstand, so every shrine was shrinking the living space of evil god's followers. Fortunately, the materials used to build shrines were too precious. The expansion of shrines was already very slow compared to the vast area of the great world of God. David held his breath. Because the soul of the resurrection priest was not his soul avatar, he could only sense the priest's actions through the enchantment pattern. When the resurrection priest entered the scanning range of the shrines of war, the expected alarm did not sound. This made David breathe a sigh of relief. David had checked the information. In the past 10,000 years, countless evil gods' followers had tried to find a way to attack the shrines. However, unless it was a strong attack, the evil gods' followers could not pose any threat to the shrines. What he wanted to do was something that the evil gods' followers had not succeeded in 10,000 years. The resurrection priest was obviously not detected by the war shrines of war. In fact, the war shrines of war's complex scanning system was more complicated than David had imagined. The shrines of war and the other 4 shrines of war were all recorded in the shrines of war's database. Although the database could not be accurate to the soul, it could be used to determine the identity of the person through the unique aura. As the war shrines priests, the war shrines of war naturally did not sound the alarm. In the database, the resurrection priest was safe. The Krypton crystal bomb that the resurrection priest carried was also detected by the war shrines of war. This was the terrifying thing about the war shrines of war scanning. Threats and space items could not escape the scanning. However, the war shrines of war scanning system was based on the knowledge system of the great world of God to determine whether an item was safe or not. For items from the Interstellar Federation, they were treated as normal items. The war shrines could not be blamed for this. Whether it was the war shrines of war or the other 4 shrines of war, their attitude towards the Interstellar Federation was the same. The shrines of war looked down on the Interstellar Federation. It was a desert of faith. No gods would be born there, and no gods would be willing to go there. The Interstellar Federation did not train themselves. The most powerful weapons could be controlled by normal people. Therefore, normally the contact with the Interstellar Federation was done by the nobles. The shrines of war would not participate because of their status. A smile appeared on David's face. Since the war shrines of war could not discover the problem with the resurrection priest, it gave him a chance to take revenge. The resurrection priest kept approaching the war shrines. The shrines of war's scanning system did not alert him. This meant that there was no problem with his identity. The shrines of war guard did not care. Perhaps he was just a passing shrines who came here to take a rest. This was normal in shrines of war. However, when the resurrection priest got closer, the shrines of war guard's expression changed. The shrines of war guard recognized the resurrection priest. Although the resurrection priest was only a level 4 shrines of war, he was able to participate in the battle against Lord Arthur. Coincidentally, the shrines of war guard had read the internal information of the shrines of war not long ago and knew about the death of the resurrection priest. Although the death of the resurrection priest was not eye-catching compared to the other level 5 shrines and shrines, for a level 2 official knight like the shrines of war guard, The resurrection priest was still an existence worthy of his attention. How is this possible? The shrines of Warguard could only feel his scalp tingling. The appearance of the resurrection priest made him feel fear. Just as the shrines of Warguard was about to sound the alarm, the resurrection priest had already passed by him and entered the shrines of war. A strange object the size of a person was taken out. When the resurrection priest and the shrines of Warguard crossed paths, the shrines of Warguard saw an extreme silence. It did not look like the expression of a living person at all. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The shrines of Warguard did not even have time to react before the resurrection priest rushed into the shrines of war. After that, the shrines of Warguard felt extreme danger. This was the danger perception of a night. The strange object the size of a person emitted a bright light. In an instant, the light became scorching white and swept through everything within a radius of 3 kilometers. If the Krypton bomb did not explode inside the shrines of war, then the defense system of the shrines of war would still be able to block the attack. The power of the Krypton bomb was not too strong for the great world of God. However, the problem was that the Krypton bomb exploded inside the shrines of war, so all the defenses were against external attacks. The runes engraved inside the shrines of war were destroyed by the Krypton bomb before they could do anything. When the explosion began, the alarm of the shrines of war also sounded. According to the level of threat to the shrines of war, they immediately prepared to activate a god's descent. The reason the god's descent activated by the shrines of war was more powerful than the god's descent activated by the shrines of war, because the shrines of war had a large amount of faith power. Within a certain range of the shrines of war, the gods within the shrines of war could gather faith power to form a body and perform a god's descent in the main world. This kind of god's descent could only be used in the vicinity of the shrines. This restriction made it so that it could only be used for defense and could not be used for long-range attacks. On one side, the Krypton bomb spread out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Without the protection of the runes, everything was turned into nothingness by the explosion. On the other side, the gods within the god statue received the warning and began to gather energy to form a god's descent. This was supposed to be a very short moment, but it was also a competition to see who was faster. The faith power was extracted from the shrines of war, and the gods flew out from the god statue. A terrifying aura rose in the hall. Just when the god's descent was about to be completed, the foundation of the god's descent, the shrines of war, was engulfed by the explosion. Most of the materials were turned into gas in the explosion. The god of war's descent was 80% complete, but the entire shrines of war, except for a very small amount of materials, disappeared in the explosion. With the explosion as the center, a huge circle with a radius of 3,000 meters, including the ground, disappeared in the white light. The explosion process was very short, which was also the specialty of the Krypton bomb. In just a few seconds, the explosion had ended. The god of war's descent was stuck at 80%, and the gathered faith power seemed to have leaked and dissipated in all directions. Without the protection of the shrines of war, the world law, the great world of God, directly acted on the incomplete god's descent. The god's descent without the support of life was not allowed by the world law. Within the range of the shrines, it could still be protected by the shrines. If it left the shrines, it would be rejected by the world law. The god of war in the small world also discovered the abnormality of the shrines of war on Delastar. His consciousness descended into the god's will and experienced the suppression of the main world. The god of war's consciousness only stayed for a moment before it was forcibly kicked back. The moment the consciousness was forcibly kicked back by the world law, the god of war saw a familiar figure. It was the shadow attendant that flew over to absorb the god's will. At this moment, the god of war understood who was destroying the shrines of war, and endless anger rose in him. The people in the main city of Delastar who had not rested felt the sky suddenly brighten and then return to darkness. Then there was a loud bang that shook the main city. This earth-shattering explosion startled everyone, regardless of whether they were resting or not. The nobles of the main city sent knights to the location of the explosion. When a few knights went out of the city and approached the area where the shrines of war were, everything in front of them shocked them. In front of them was a huge pit. This pit should have been the location of the shrines of war. Now, not only were the shrines of war gone, but even a lot of the ground below the ground had disappeared. The pit formed a regular semicircle with a radius of 3,000 meters. These knights felt their scalps tingle. What kind of attack power was needed to erase the shrines of war from here and leave such a huge pit? After more than 10 seconds, these knights exclaimed and turned to run towards the main city. David used his void-piercing talent ability and appeared in front of the planetary-level portal of the main city of Delistar. Using the privilege of a member of the Supreme Council, he opened the planetary-level portal and left. The reason why he did not enter Delistar through the planetary-level portal at first was that the main city was completely covered by the scanning of the Shrines of War. The Shrines of War next to the main city were destroyed. David was not wanted by the Shrines of Wealth, so he naturally did not have to worry about being scanned by the Shrines of Wealth. During the night, David teleported to a planet near the target planet every time, and then used his void-piercing talent ability to get close to the target planet, and then used the same method to create a suicide explosion through the resurrected Shrines of War. This night was a nightmare for the Shrines of War. The continuous explosions caused the Shrines of War to lose 5 Shrines of War. And David used the planetary-level portal without the slightest scruple, also letting the other 4 shrines know that the one who attacked the shrines was Lord Arthur. But so what? The conflict between Lord Arthur and the Shrines of War was known to all in the great world of God. The Shrines of War had attacked Lord Arthur many times, and although they were all defeated by Lord Arthur had never taken revenge, which made many people think that this was because Lord Arthur was wary of the power of the Shrines of War. This night's attack made everyone understand that Lord Arthur was still the crazy and persistent Lord Arthur. No matter how powerful the enemy was, as long as they provoked Lord Arthur, he would take crazy revenge. Many people who were familiar with Lord Arthur wanted to contact Lord Arthur as soon as possible. Unfortunately, his communication circle was closed, and no one could reach him. 5 standard Shrines of War. With the current expansion rate of war shrines, it would take about 200 years to build these 5 standard war shrines, and this did not include the power of faith that would be affected by the destruction of the war shrines. When Archbishop Jot of the Shrines of the Lord of War received the news, his face was distorted. He wanted to stall for time to delay the conflict with Lord Arthur. Archbishop Jot was willing to stall for time, but Lord Arthur was not. Chapter 1155. In the morning, David returned to Planet Gamma, and he was very satisfied with the night's operation. The so-called revenge for the Shrines of War was actually just a convenient thing to do. The real reason was that no one in the great world of God would be able to guess. If David wanted to obtain the knowledge to become a god through faith, he would need to obtain it from the gods who believed in becoming a god. Originally, he had a lot of choices. Gods like the god of death and the god of blood were all possible, but the traces of these evil gods were hard to find. Not to mention him, even the 5 shrines could not find these evil gods. Later, even when the god of war wanted to capture David alive, David did not expect to obtain the knowledge to become a god through faith from the god of war. This was because David knew very well how powerful the god of war, who was one of the 5 gods who ruled the great world of God for tens of thousands of years, was. Even if he had the help of the black dragon Alexis, he would not be able to defeat the god of war. But something unexpected happened. After David defeated the god of war's body, the shadow attendant absorbed the god of war's mind and obtained a talent of the mind. David found that this was the best way to obtain the knowledge to become a god through faith, and it was a logical way to take revenge on the shrines of the god of war. "My lord, you have to be careful," Legend Annabelle softly reminded David when she saw him. After such a big thing happened, when his friends could not contact David, they naturally contacted Legend Annabelle. Legend Annabelle understood the background of the Shrines of War, and David's actions were openly opposing the shrines of war. Before, when David killed the two shrines of the war, everyone in the great world of God thought that it was legitimate self-defense. It was the shrines of war who attacked David, so it was reasonable for them to be killed. However, David took the initiative to attack the shrines of war, which turned a one-sided action into a conflict between both sides. Legend Annabelle, don't stay in Gammy for a while. I'll arrange a mission for you. Go to Morse and help Lord Harlow govern the planet. David didn't care about Annabelle's reminder and said with a smile, how could David not know how terrifying the shrines of war were? Although he had defeated the attacks of shrines of war many times, the shrines of war were able to rule the great world of God for tens of thousands of years. How could they only have this little strength? He had to ensure the safety of Legend Annabelle. Gammy Star was too obvious a target, and everyone knew that he was there. If the war shrines wanted to find David, their first target should be Gammy Star. My lord, I won't leave. Annabella knew what David was thinking and shook her head. This is an order. What's the use of you staying here? I still need you to help me collect information on Morse. Your work is very important, David said in a deep voice. Yes, my lord. Legend Annabelle was obviously still a little unwilling to leave, but she still bowed and responded. Legend Annabelle knew that her strength couldn't help David much. Plus, David had arranged for her to collect information, so she felt that this was very suitable for her. Legend Annabelle took a little time to pack up her things and then left through the planet-level portal. Gammy Star returned to the state where David was alone. He had long been used to it. He activated his talent ability and returned to the castle room. He summoned the shadow attendant and pressed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. The biggest achievement of the night was the 5 God of War's divine wills, and they were all from the statues of the shrines of war. 5 knowledge light balls floated in front of David's eyes. These are the knowledge light balls that the shadow attendant obtained from the 5 God of War's divine wills. David's spirit focused on the first knowledge light ball, and he got detailed information about it. The Hymn of God knowledge light ball. The Hymn of God was an auxiliary talent ability. It had no use in battle, but it could enhance the shrine's absorption of faith and accelerate the formation of the Holy Crystal. In addition, if there were multiple statues with the Hymn of God talent, then these statues could be linked together through the Hymn of God to form a network of shared faith power. David had a bad feeling. He focused on the other knowledge light balls and found that the other 4 knowledge light balls were also the Hymn of God knowledge. It was no wonder. If he was the god of war and had such an auxiliary talent ability, he would also place it in the divine wills of the shrines. David didn't learn the Hymn of God knowledge light ball himself. Instead, he sent it into the destruction shrine statue in his soul space and let his soul avatar absorb it. The soul avatar easily absorbed the Hymn of God knowledge light ball, and then the statue emitted a wave. This was the wave of the Hymn of God talent ability. David's spirit entered the statue and found that there was an extra Hymn of God rune in his soul avatar. In the soul space, the overall growth rate of the faith power didn't change, but after the faith power entered the shrines and was converted into holy crystal by the statue, the efficiency obviously increased. Of course, this increase still didn't have much of an effect on David. This was because to him, condensing a divinity crystal in a few years was the same as condensing a divinity crystal in a few months. To him, both were long periods of time. David shook his head helplessly. This harvest wasn't ideal. He took out the Lord-level communication circle and opened it. Since the Lord-level communication circle was made by the shrines, he had completely shut it down when he was on the mission. As soon as he opened it, a bunch of messages bombarded him. David took a look. They were messages from some lords. Some were asking about the situation, and some wanted to help. Naturally, he didn't want others to help him. Most of these lords were members of the Dawn Alliance, not to mention that they were burdened by their huge families. Even if they participated in the mission, their strength wouldn't be of much help. David thanked them one by one. This was the benefit of having a strong network. Even if he was against the powerful shrines of war, there would still be allies who would help him. He didn't take out the Dawn training method and the red wine in vain to help Chairman Gould establish the Dawn Alliance. Lord Arthur, you're in trouble. Chairman Gould sent a contact request. After David accepted the call, the first sentence was a warning. Chairman Gould, what's the trouble? David didn't panic. He dared to deal with the Shrines of War because he thought of the bigger operation of the Shrines of War. This morning, I received news from the Shrines of War. The Shrines of War have gathered a large number of ascetics and prepared 3 space war shrines to fly to planet Gamma, Chairman Gould said as he sent over a piece of information. It wasn't easy to get this information. The actions of the Shrines of War would definitely be sealed off. This meant that the members of the Dawn Alliance had their own intelligence network. Now that the intelligence network was integrated every day, their intelligence network's ability to gather information had greatly increased. Although the actions of Shrines of War were secretive, some shrines were still required to participate. These shrines became the source of the information leak. In addition, Archbishop Joe had just taken charge of the Shrines of War, so it was difficult for him to convince the masses. It was normal for some shrines to leak the information. Space War Shrines. David thought of the 5 Shrines of War against the Zergs. They had used 5 Space War Shrines, and their power had almost wiped out everything. Although this time, the Shrines of War had only sent 3 Space War Shrines, which wasn't as powerful as the time when they were dealing with the Zergs. It had been an operation of 5 shrines. This time, the Shrines of War had sent out 3 times more Space War Shrines compared to the war against the Zergs. Space War Shrines were a type of temporary shrines. However, these temporary shrines were larger than normal shrines. Their internal structure was also more complicated, and they had the ability to travel in space at high speed. David frowned. This time, the War Shrines of War were going all out to attack planet Gamma. However, he didn't quite understand. Were the War Shrines of War not worried that he would leave planet Gamma early and leave behind an empty planet? What David didn't know was that Archbishop Joe of War Shrines was really afraid of death. In the morning, the god of war's oracle came again. This time, it was to ask Archbishop Joe to immediately capture Lord Arthur. Archbishop Joe chose the safest way, which was to mobilize all the Space War Shrines of the Shrines of War. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a Space War Shrines that needed to cooperate with the Space Shrines of the 4 Shrines to defend the space portal, Archbishop Joe would have transferred that Space War Shrines back to participate in the operation. There were only 4 Space War Shrines of the War Shrines in total. The construction of the Space War Shrines of War required higher-grade materials and consumed more power of faith. Archbishop Joe not only mobilized all the Space War Shrines that he could mobilize, but he also transferred a portion of the ascetics to participate in the operation. Archbishop Joe had no choice. Archbishop Guy and Archbishop McKinley were too prodigal. A large number of level 5 shrines of War Knight and level 5 shrines had fallen. Now, if he continued to mobilize the level 5 experts of the War Shrines, the War Shrines would no longer be able to protect the safety of the important shrines. Ascetics were special existences of the 5 major shrines. Every ascetic who cultivated for more than 100 years would become a fanatic believer. Ascetics had never been a combat force that could be recruited, nor were they included in the combat force of shrines. However, the ascetics were a force that couldn't be ignored. A portion of the ascetics became ascetics because they were punished, while the other portion wanted to strengthen their faith through ascetic cultivation. The life of an ascetic was extremely boring. Every day, apart from cultivating, they would recite the divine book and eat the simplest and least amount of food. Their only spiritual sustenance was their faith in the god of war. If Legend Annabella had listened to the arrangement and joined the ranks of the ascetics, her shaky faith would have been strengthened repeatedly, as if she had been hypnotized over and over again in this kind of repetitive life day after day. As long as an ascetic could cultivate for 100 years, he would definitely become a fanatic. At that time, Archbishop Guy wanted Legend Annabella to become a fanatic. When Archbishop Joe made such a transfer, he didn't consider the possibility of Lord Arthur escaping at all. Or rather, he wanted Lord Arthur to escape when he heard the news, so that he wouldn't have to fight with Lord Arthur anymore. He treated the battle with Lord Arthur as a war and didn't care about what others thought. In Archbishop Joe's opinion, the reason why Archbishop Guy and Archbishop McKinley fell was because they cared too much about what others thought and didn't mobilize all the war machines of the Shrines of War. 3 huge space war shrines flew in space in a triangular formation. The 3 huge space war shrines were filled with ascetics. In each huge space war shrines, there were at least 2,000 ascetics. Among these ascetics, there were more than 80 level 5 experts and as many as 3,000 level 4 experts. However, these are not the main points. In order to unleash the full power of the space war shrines, a large amount of faith power was needed. Transmitting faith power through the faith network of remote shrines was a huge consumption. In addition, the space war shrines would transfer the faith power of other war shrines in the faith network. It was far less convenient than the faith power of the 2,000 fanatics in each space war shrines. Even if Lord Arthur had some ability to isolate the faith network, the space war shrines could still maintain a strong defense. For the sake of safety, Archbishop Joe did everything to the extreme. Moreover, Archbishop Joe didn't think of hiding the purpose of Lord Arthur's operation. He even deliberately allowed his subordinates to leak the information so that the news of the space war shrines attacking planet Gammy would spread. On planet Gammy, ever since Speaker Gould informed David of the space war shrines operation, the intelligence system of the Dawn Alliance and the personal connections of Legend Annabella have been constantly transmitting information to David through the Lord-level communication magic circle. This allowed David to clearly grasp the location of the 3 huge space war shrines, so that he could make preparations in advance. David also used the last few days to tidy up planet Gammy and put away a large amount of precious materials and equipment. The Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System was stored in the small world of his soul space. This set of Super Artificial Intelligence System could not be purchased in the Interstellar Federation even if one had credits. Even if David used the identity of General David, the Deputy Commander of the Federal High Command, it would be very troublesome. For example, the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System needed to be customized, and it would take a very long time to customize. David did not want to lose the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System, especially since there was a large amount of information stored in the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System. These were even more important than the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System. The entire research lab was also moved into the small world of his soul space by David and connected to the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System. In the future, if he wanted to use the research lab, he could directly control it with his consciousness. In the small world of his soul space, David was the master, so he could control everything at will. On the surface of planet Gammy, only a portion of the defensive weapons were left. As for the various plants on planet Gammy, David did not care about them. His truly valuable plants were all in the artifact space card and the small world of his soul space, managed by the Eldar. Chapter 1156. Although David had put away the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System, Planet Gammy still had a large server as a backup artificial intelligence system. If he did not need to consider other matters and only needed to focus on controlling the defensive weapons, it would be enough. David did not plan to leave just like that. If he did not try to defend himself, he would not be satisfied. He had spent a lot of effort to turn Planet Gammy from a desolate place into a lush place. This was also his real home in the great world of God, a planet that belonged solely to him. David was prepared. If the Superstar Destroyer cannon and other defensive weapons were ineffective, he would not stay here to fight with the Shrines of War. The huge space war shrines were equivalent to a small mobile world of the God of War. Within the area of the space war shrines, the God of War could use the power of faith to condense his body and perform God's descent at any time. This time, the war shrines had mobilized 3 space war shrines. After connecting them together, they could greatly increase the available power of the God of War after God's descent. For David, let alone 3 space war shrines, Even the god's descent of one-space war shrines was something he could not face. Previously on planet Haida, the god's descent of a level 4 Sky Knight was restricted by the power of the god's descent. The power of the god of war's descent was limited. However, even with that kind of god's descent, David was still at a disadvantage in a direct battle. In space, the 3 space war shrines were flying in a golden light. Chanting sounds could be faintly heard from within the shrines. It was the ascetics chanting the god of war's divine book. Archbishop Jot stood on the platform of the space war shrines in the middle. Many of the shrines were controlling various divine runes that used the power of faith as their energy source. Report: a large number of spacecrafts produced by the Interstellar Federation have been discovered ahead. These spacecrafts do not have any attack power. The scout reported loudly. Activate the Retribution Divine Spell Attack and destroy all the spacecrafts. Archbishop Jot ordered without thinking. The divine officer in charge of controlling the offensive formation hesitated for a moment, but he refrained from asking any questions. Instead, he carried out his orders. It was no wonder that the cleric was hesitant. The divine retribution spell consumed a large amount of the power of faith. Targets like the Interstellar Federation spacecrafts could be easily wiped out by 2 nights. However, Archbishop Jot did not think that way. In his mind, he did not want to give Lord Arthur any chance at all. He wanted to use powerful theurgy to sweep him away. He had studied Lord Arthur's style of doing things and found that as long as Lord Arthur was given the slightest chance, Lord Arthur would seize it and launch an effective counterattack. As for the consumption of the power of faith, Archbishop Geordie was carrying the oracle of the god of war this time, so the power of faith could be consumed at will. Of course, it was not that there was no way to conserve the power of faith. Using the Divine Light spell, a large-scale divine spell attack that consumed very little power, was the best choice under normal circumstances. However, this did not include Lord Arthur. Archbishop Jot did not know why, but even though Lord Arthur had fought with the body of the god of war before, Lord Arthur was not designated as evil. Therefore, Archbishop Jot could not use the Divine Light spell to attack Lord Arthur's territory. The Divine Retribution spell was activated. The power of faith within the 3 interstellar war shrines was extracted and channeled into a special formation. 5 level 5 priests chanted the Divine Retribution spell in unison. Golden rays of light extended outwards from the 3 interstellar war shrines. All the unmanned surveillance devices within a radius of several thousand meters became the targets of the Divine Retribution spell. The golden rays of light swept across the unmanned surveillance devices, and they were immediately reduced to dust. Archbishop Jot's method was successful. Although it consumed a large amount of the power of faith, it effectively destroyed the eyes of the Gamma planet that were deployed in space. Using the powerful Divine Retribution spell to deal with the unmanned surveillance devices was like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. When David was deploying the defense of the Gamma planet, he did not expect that someone would do this. It should be known that the unmanned surveillance devices were not a threat in the eyes of the powerful beings of the great world of God, who would waste a large amount of energy to destroy all the unmanned surveillance devices that were deployed in such a wide range for the sake of something that was not a threat. However, Archbishop Jot's fighting style of fighting, which was steady and did not care about the consumption of the power of faith, greatly impacted the defense system of the Gamma planet. The scanning range of the unmanned surveillance devices could not compare to the divine rune formation in the 3 interstellar war shrines. Before they could discover the interstellar war shrines, they were all destroyed by the Divine Retribution spell. David was waiting for the arrival of the interstellar war shrines on the Gamma planet. He did not expect that he would receive news of the unmanned surveillance devices being destroyed. In just a few short breaths, most of the unmanned surveillance devices were destroyed. Only some of the unmanned surveillance devices near the Gamma planet were not affected, perhaps because they were beyond the attack range. David shook his head and muttered to himself, "The people sent by the interstellar war shrines this time are really talented. They know how to destroy the unmanned surveillance devices." He did not know that Archbishop Jot did not know that these were unmanned surveillance devices at all. It was because Archbishop Jot did not want to engage in close combat with him. He wanted to stop him from a long distance away. He even wanted to use the power of the divine retribution spell to let him escape in advance. Archbishop Jot was very timid. This had something to do with his experience. If it were not for the fact that the previous two archbishops had fallen consecutively, and many of the level 5 elites of the Interstellar War Shrines had also fallen, Archbishop Jot, who had been a fringe member of the Interstellar War Shrines for a long time, would not have been able to take over the position of Archbishop. After being away from power for a long time, Archbishop Jot had learned to be cautious. He was extremely afraid of Lord Arthur. Two legendary archbishops, and even the oracles sent by God, were killed by Lord Arthur. As long as Lord Arthur got close to him, he was only a level 5 archbishop. David did not want to stay on the Gammy planet any longer. He casually took away the Superstar Destroyer cannon and other things that could be taken away in a short period of time. Then, he activated the Void Breaker talent ability and left the Gammy planet through the space tunnel. Under the command of Archbishop Jot, the divine retribution spell of the 3 interstellar war shrines did not stop. Even when they were close to the Gammy planet, the divine retribution spell was still being cast on the surface of the Gammy planet. The few shrines on the side looked at the Gammy planet in front of them, and the corners of their eyes could not help but twitch. The divine retribution spell had used up all the power of faith accumulated by the 3 interstellar war shrines. It had also used the faith network to continuously replenish the power of faith for each of the 3 interstellar war shrines 4 times. The consumption of this operation was much higher than the previous war with the Zergs. The main reason was that during the war with the Zergs, they used the divine retribution spell, which consumed relatively less power. This time, they used the divine retribution spell, which consumed a lot of power. Replenish the power of faith again. Don't stop the divine retribution spell. Clean up every inch of the Gammy planet and scan the Gammy planet thoroughly. Archbishop Jot did not feel relaxed just because the interstellar war shrines had reached the space near the Gammy planet. He ordered in a deep voice. There was no attack at all. Instead, it made Archbishop Jot a little suspicious. He wondered if Lord Arthur was waiting for him to do something. The magic circles inside the 3 interstellar war shrines were activated, and a golden light beam shot up into the sky. The 10 interstellar war shrines that were closest to them also shot up golden light beams at the same time. They pierced through space and connected with the golden light beams of the 3 interstellar war shrines. The power of faith in the 10 interstellar war shrines flowed into the 3 interstellar war shrines through the connection of the golden light beams. Reporting to Archbishop, the power of faith is full. Reporting to Archbishop, there is no sign of life on the Gammy planet. In just a short while, a shrine reported to Archbishop Jot. Raise the defensive shield to the highest level and descend towards the Gammy planet. Archbishop Jot waved his hand and ordered. The originally invisible shield on the surface of the 3 interstellar war shrines turned into a pale golden shield under the influx of a large amount of power of faith. Seeing this pale golden shield, Archbishop Jot felt safe. This pale golden shield could withstand several attacks from the evil gods. He believed that as long as Lord Arthur appeared, the pale golden shield would be able to hold on until the interstellar war shrines completed their divine descent. The interstellar war shrines descended slowly, and waves of scanning waves swept across the ground. In fact, the ground that had been baptized by the punishment divine spell was no longer lush. The desert that had been painstakingly managed had once again lost its green cover. Many of the plants that David had transplanted from the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God were destroyed by the merciless punishment divine spell. Even the lakes on the mainland had completely disappeared under the punishment divine spell. How could there be life on the Gammy planet in such a state? Moreover, the remnant energy of the punishment divine spell would continue to destroy the Gammy planet. It would take at least 1,000 years for the Gammy planet to return to its original state. Archbishop, Lord Arthur should have left early. The cleric at the side took a look at the information sent back by the scanning circle, then bowed and reported to Archbishop Jot. Is that true? Archbishop Jot was pleasantly surprised, but he soon realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly put on a serious expression and asked, "How did you know?" Even with the presence of the 3 interstellar war shrines, Archbishop Jot did not feel completely safe. Not only was Lord Arthur unparalleled in combat power, but he was also recognized as the #1 assassin in the great world of God. Archbishop Jot's purpose this time was not to capture Lord Arthur at all. His purpose was to give the god of war an answer. He used his actions to tell the god of war that he was doing what the god of war had asked him to do. But Lord Arthur was too cunning and would not meet him at all. The cleric pointed at the scanning circle and explained, "Please look here. According to the information we received, this should be the location of a planet-level portal. Look here, this is Lord Arthur's castle. And here, it should be the legendary Annabelle's castle. Now, there is nothing left here. Could it be that it was destroyed by the punishment divine spell?" Archbishop Jot asked with uncertainty. Archbishop Jot used to be a fringe member of the Interstellar War Shrines. He was even far away from the Interstellar War Shrines in the past, so he did not have a clear understanding of the power of the punishment divine spell. He was not sure if the punishment divine spell was powerful enough to destroy these buildings to the point where they could not be recognized. The cleric continued to explain, "Archbishop, Lord Arthur used the brilliant gold stone to build the castle. The punishment divine spell is unable to completely destroy the castle made of the brilliant gold stone." The archbishop asked, "In other words, Lord Arthur took away the 2 castles and the important things on planet Gammy? Did Lord Arthur leave earlier?" Archbishop Jot asked the main point. The cleric confirmed, "Yes, I'm sure of that. As long as it was within the scanning range, almost nothing could escape the scanning circle of the sacred runes that use the power of faith as its energy source. The shrines used to use this kind of scanning circle in the past. Even the evil gods could not escape the scanning circle scanning." Archbishop Jot stood up straight and ordered loudly, "Send a message to the shrines. We have achieved the initial results of the war. We have successfully occupied planet Gammy and destroyed Lord Arthur's nest. Order the intelligence department of the Interstellar War Shrines to immediately investigate the whereabouts of Lord Arthur." Archbishop Jot seemed to have forgotten that his mission was to capture Lord Arthur alive, not to occupy planet Gammy. However, how could he forget? He had only just become an archbishop, but he had already achieved something that Archbishop Guy could not. This kind of achievement must be announced within the Interstellar War Shrines to show off his achievements. Even though Archbishop Jot had consumed a large amount of power of faith for this useless result, he had still managed to occupy planet Gammy without any casualties. At the very least, it was much better than Archbishop Guy, who had lost a large amount of combat power and fled in the end. "Archbishop, what should we do about this place?" The cleric pointed at planet Gammy outside the Interstellar War Shrines and asked. Since Archbishop Jot wanted to show off the results of the war, there must be people stationed on planet Gammy for the time being. Otherwise, they could not just leave after occupying planet Gammy with great difficulty and return it to Lord Arthur's hands. If that was the case, what would be the point of Archbishop Jot's achievements? Leave behind interstellar war shrines. Mobilize resources as soon as possible and prepare to build another shrines on planet Gammy. Let our Lord's glory shine on planet Gammy forever. Archbishop Jot ordered after giving it some thought. Nobody here objected to Archbishop Jot's arrangement. Although he did not have enough prestige, some of the high-ranking shrines and priests had basically fallen after many losses within the interstellar war shrines. Now that these shrines and priests had just taken over power, they still had some reservations if they wanted to object to Archbishop Jot. Yes, Archbishop. The cleric bowed and accepted the order. Arranging to leave behind interstellar war shrines required a large number of people to maintain the operation of the interstellar war shrines. Moreover, these people would be staying on planet Gammy for a long time. Chapter 11:57. To build a standard war shrines on Gammy Star, the materials alone would take years to prepare, coupled with the construction and renovation work. Even if the construction was sped up, it would take at least 10 years to complete. In other words, the Space War Shrines would need to be stationed on Gammy Star for at least 10 years. During these 10 years, the Space War Shrines would need someone to manage and maintain them. In addition, this was Lord Arthur's territory. Although it was occupied, they had to be prepared for Lord Arthur's counterattack at any time, so they had to leave people to protect it. In the end, the War Shrine stationed 4,000 ascetics on Gammy Star and sent an experienced level 4 priest and 100 priests and priests to manage the work. Archbishop Jot wanted to leave Gammy Star immediately, but he needed to appease the priests and priests who stayed behind and let them do their best. Archbishop Jot was not the only one who knew the danger of Gammy Star. Other than the ascetics, the rest of the priests and priests knew this too. Archbishop Jot met with the priests and priests who stayed behind to guard Gammy Star. After giving them some promises, he finally appeased the people's hearts. While Archbishop Jot was dealing with the affairs, the professionals of the War Shrines rebuilt a planet-level portal on Gammy Star. Of course, the components of the planet-level portal were already manufactured long ago. They only needed to assemble and connect the planet-level portal to the teleportation network. After Archbishop Jot finished dealing with the affairs, he did not leave with the two Space War Shrines. Instead, he directly returned to the main shrines through the planet-level portal. David was currently on another of his territories, Dunair Star. His return to Dunair Star was extremely secretive. He did not even use the planet-level portal and directly used his talent, Void Piercing, to come over. Dunair Star was different from Gammy Star. David always had a sense of urgency in his heart. He had a lot of secrets, and it was only a matter of time before he broke with the shrines. It was also because of this that David lived alone on Gammy Star and let the world know that he lived on Gammy Star. If the shrines wanted to attack him, they could only go to Gammy Star. That way, they would not cause additional damage to his other lords. He came to Dunair because he was still a little worried about this territory. He was worried that Archbishop Jot of the War Shrines would attack Dunair at the same time. It must be known that the shrine's methods against hostile forces were very terrifying. If traces of an evil god appeared on a planet, after the shrines killed the evil god, there was a high possibility that they would cleanse that planet. The conflict of beliefs was cruel, and it was under such high pressure that the number of followers of the evil god had been suppressed to an extremely small range. David saw that Dunair Star was not affected at all. Even if he, the Lord, had a huge conflict with the Shrines of War, to the point where they were irreconcilable, it did not affect the status of Dunair Star at all. No matter what, Lord Arthur was a powerful being who could fight against the Shrines of War. To the commoners and most of the nobles, the conflict between Lord Arthur and the Shrines of War was not something they could participate in. For them, Lord Arthur and the Shrines of War were unattainable. Even if Lord Arthur was at a disadvantage, other forces could not underestimate him. When David returned to Dunair Star, he only informed Butler Dickens and no one else. He did not want the Shrines of War to know that he was on Dunair Star, nor did he want to fight with the Shrines of War on Dunair Star. He did not even open his Lord-level communication circle. He was worried that the Shrines of War would use it to track his location. Before, when David was normally on Gammy Star, he did not have to worry about being tracked using the Lord-level communication circle. He took out a communication circle and connected it to the planet-level portal of Dunair Star, and then connected it to Legend Annabella's communication circle. Through the planet-level portal, this ordinary communication circle could be connected to the ultra-long-range communication circle. Lord, it's good that you are safe. It was obvious that Legend Annabella was worried about him. After receiving his contact, she was relieved. Just a moment ago, Legend Annabella's old friend in the War Shrines sent a message. The War Shrines of War had successfully occupied Gammy Star, but there was no specific news about Lord Arthur. This made Legend Annabella very nervous. She knew the horror of the War Shrines of War's weapons. David said with some regret, "It's okay. It's just that we did not stop the Shrines of War from attacking Gammy Star." Legend Annabella comforted David. "Lord, it's okay that we lost Gammy Star, as long as you are safe." David said with a smile, "By the way, I've moved your castle and mine. I'll find a suitable place to relocate it." For him, who had the talent of sneaking underground, it was extremely easy to separate the castle from the ground and put it into the space pendant. Of course, this seemingly easy task would be extremely difficult for others. If you wanted to put such a huge object into a space pendant, not only would you need a large enough space pendant, but you also needed to separate the huge object from the surroundings. So the Gammy Star occupied by the war shrines is an empty shell? Legend Annabella heard David say that even the castle had been moved away. She could imagine that there was nothing left on Gammy Star. David replied, something like that. "It's a pity that the crops will be harvested soon. I don't know if the war shrines destroyed them." "My lord, this is the latest information I've received. Please take a look and see if it's useful." Legend Annabella said as she sent a document over. In order to complete the task of collecting information given by David, Legend Annabella took the initiative to contact some of the friends of the war shrines. Because of their different standpoints, most of these friends did not want to have anything to do with her. However, two of them still chose to help her and provided her with some information. This information was obtained by Legend Annabella from the war shrines from her two friends. These two friends were not combatants, but they had direct access to the information. David opened the information and saw Archbishop Jot's battle report, as well as the subsequent plans. When he saw Archbishop Jot's battle report, David shook his head helplessly. He never thought that the perfect defense system of Gammy Star would be so easily broken by the cowardly Archbishop Jot. Archbishop Jot had a perfunctory attitude towards the task of capturing him. This was not what David felt, but what was written in the information. This was also what Legend Annabella's two friends thought, or most of the people inside the war shrines thought. David also saw Archbishop Jot's subsequent plans. When he saw that he was going to leave the war shrines on Gammy Star and was going to build a shrines on Gammy Star, he could not help but be moved. Gammy Star was different from other planets. It was the spatial coordinates of David's great world of God's safe point. He did not need to go through a portal to return to Gammy Star. He could arrive there at any time. A war shrines would be left on Gammy Star, and it would only be presided over by a level 4 priest. Although there were 4,000 ascetics assisting in the defense, these 4,000 ascetics would not take the initiative to participate in any action. They would only take action after being attacked. In other words, the war shrines would be controlled by a level 4 priest. As long as David was fast enough, he could solve the problem before the level 4 priest discovered the danger. Even if he was discovered, at most, the existence of the Black Dragon Alexis would be exposed. David had seen that the two God-tier souls in the Shadow Attendant's body would be completely purified in a few months and become controllable God-tier souls. His strength had already reached the demigod level. As long as the Shadow Attendant completely purified the two God-tier souls, he could try to resurrect the two God-tier Zerg. By then, he would have as many as 3 God-tier subordinates. In case the God of War was too close, David was prepared to go to the Interstellar Federation for a while. After the 2 God-tier Zerg were resurrected, he did not believe that the 3 God-tier Zerg could not fight the God of War. David activated the great world of God's safe spot on the space coordinate, and a wormhole appeared in front of him. He stepped into the wormhole. He did not have to worry about the great world of God's safe spot. Firstly, the safe spot was 500 meters underground. Secondly, he had left a level 5 bishop clone in the safe spot, so he could know the situation at any time. 500 meters underground was a depth that the scanning circle could not scan. Unless the planet was destroyed, it would be very difficult to find the safe spot without a precise location. David arrived at the safe spot. There was a divine artifact Stalker's crown on top of his head that locked his presence. He did not know if the Stalker's crown could hide from the scanning of the war shrines. He had not tried it before, but this time he had to try, because the space war shrines were right above his great world of God's safe spot. It was too dangerous. If he did not take advantage of the fact that he had just taken over the management of the Space War shrines and was not familiar with the shrines yet, he would have to be very careful every time he used the great world of God's safe spot in the future. Besides, planet Gammy was occupied by the war shrines. This was his territory. How could he allow outsiders to set up camp here? David did not dare to use his spirit scan. He was worried that his spirit would be detected by the scanning circle of the Space War shrines. He did not even use his break space talent ability. Instead, he used the more subtle, underground sneak talent ability to travel from underground to the surface. When he was close to the surface, David's head poked out from the surface. He saw the surface of planet Gammy. Although it was only a limited area, it still made him feel extremely angry. The destruction of planet Gammy was beyond David's imagination. He thought that the war shrines would only attack the key areas at most, but the scene in front of him showed that the war shrines had carried out a blanket attack on planet Gammy. The residual energy fluctuations of the terrifying divine punishment made David see that the area was lifeless. The residual energy after the divine punishment attack was somewhat similar to the radiation after the nuclear explosion in David's previous life. If this radiation did not disappear, the entire area would become a dead land. Planet Gammy was David's home in the great world of God. He built a comfortable residence here. Every flower and grass on the planet was planted by him after he came. He had a special feeling for planet Gammy. After seeing how badly damaged planet Gammy was, David's heart ached. If he had known that planet Gammy would be so badly damaged, he would have blocked the space war shrines in space with the Black Dragon Alexis. David sneaked 1 meter below the surface. He looked out from time to time. Everywhere he passed, there was a tragedy caused by the divine punishment. He sneaked to a big mountain and saw the situation of the mountain. He found that the overall structure of the mountain was not damaged. This mountain was where the backup intelligence system was. David entered the mountain and saw the backup intelligence system. On the light screen of the backup intelligence system, a series of red messages remained on it. These were damage reports. David could see from the information on the light screen that all the facilities on the surface of planet Gammy were destroyed in a short time. Only the Space War shrines could have such power. He tapped on the light screen and began to check the damage of the defense system. 100% of the defense facilities in the sky and on the surface were destroyed. 80% of the facilities under the surface were destroyed. The remaining 20% could still support the existence of a small Skynet. Unfortunately, without the support of the equipment in the Skynet could barely cover about 10 meters above the ground. It cannot cover all of planet Gammy. Because the knowledge of the Interstellar Federation and the knowledge of the great world of God were two completely different systems, the war shrines did not have a scanning circle for the Interstellar Federation equipment. Therefore, when 20% of the facilities under the surface were reactivated, it was not detected by the war shrines. In front of David, a broken map of planet Gammy appeared on the light screen. David looked at the real-time map of planet Gammy with a silent face. He saw a broken planet. Although he had been mentally prepared for this situation, he still felt uncomfortable after confirming the situation. All the green plants on the continent he transformed were now destroyed. Coupled with the energy left by the War of Retribution, the continent would soon turn back into a desert. Coupled with the disappearance of all the lakes and rivers on the continent, the ecosystem would lose the important foundation of water. Planet Gammy is finished, David said in a deep voice. David's eyes looked at a place on the map. There were space war shrines on the ground and a planet-level portal not far away. His finger gently pulled on the map, and the Space War shrines on the map quickly enlarged, revealing the full picture of the Space War shrines. The Space War shrines were much larger than the standard war shrines. There were many complicated runes on the outer wall. The runes flowed with energy that made people's hearts palpitate. Chapter 1158. David originally had a good impression of Archbishop Joe. Archbishop Joe's passive attitude allowed him to face the pursuit of the war shrines more calmly. He even wondered if he should keep Archbishop Joe alive to influence the war shrine's actions. However, The situation on planet Gamma made David very angry. In his heart, Archbishop Joe was already a dead man. As long as there was a chance, he would kill Archbishop Joe. Of course, what he needed to do now was to get rid of the space war shrines on planet Gamma. Even if planet Gamma had no value, it was still his territory. He would not allow others to show off their power there. David sneaked underground towards the space war shrines. As he got closer and closer to the location of the space war shrines, he also felt that the scanning energy from the space war shrines was getting stronger and stronger. When he was 50 kilometers away from the space war shrines, David had to stop moving forward. In his senses, if he got any closer, he would be detected by the scanning circle of the space war shrines. Although the divine artifact, the Stalker's Crown, was very good at hiding his presence, David was not standing still. When he used the underground sneak talent ability, his presence would still leak out. If he was in a completely stationary state, the divine artifact, the Stalker's Crown, would not even be detected by the unsuspecting gods. However, as long as he used energy, the perfect hiding of the divine artifact, the Stalker's Crown, would be destroyed. With a distance of 50 kilometers, David was thinking about how he could quickly get closer. He needed to take action before the space war shrines could react. David tried to activate the space break talent ability. He wanted to see if he could open the other end of the space tunnel directly inside the space war shrines. It turned out that his idea was wrong. Just as he activated the space break talent ability and tried to open it, the space energy of the space break talent ability was detected by the space war shrine's magic circle. The alarm bell on the clock tower of the space war shrines suddenly rang. The short bell sound made everyone in the space war shrines nervous. Activate the highest defense power. Scan the shrines and tell me what's going on. Noel, the level 4 priest who was sent to manage the space war shrines, commanded. How could Noel not be nervous? This was the territory of the great world of gods, #1 knight. Even his divine body was defeated by Lord Arthur. It could be said that Lord Arthur's threat was greater than the appearance of the evil gods. Every evil god that had appeared in the past had been killed by the gods. Actually, this didn't mean that Lord Arthur was more powerful than the evil gods. It was just that the evil gods had experienced a long period of slumber, and the amount of divine power they could use was extremely limited. Some evil gods couldn't even use some of their more powerful abilities. Most importantly, the evil gods in the great world of God were naturally suppressed by the rules of the world. Part of their power was used to resist the rules of the world. David was different. He had his own little world in his soul space. With the existence of the world tree, he could always be under the protection of the rules of his little world in his soul space. Although the rules of his little world in his soul space couldn't fight against the rules of the main world, it could protect David from being affected by the rules of the main world. Under this situation, it was no wonder that Noel believed that Lord Arthur was more powerful than the evil gods. The sudden alarm made Noel's first thought was that Lord Arthur had returned. The space war shrines quickly entered a state of combat under his command. A pale golden energy shield protected the space war shrines. Sir, there is no sign of life. We have checked the scan records. It was the fluctuation of space energy that triggered the alarm. The scanned shrines reported loudly. Where did the fluctuation of space energy come from? Noel asked in a deep voice. I can't confirm. Is it because of the space anomaly on the other side of the planetary portal? The scanned shrines asked with uncertainty. The original planetary portal of planet Gamma was taken away by Lord Arthur. The planetary portal of planet Gamma had just been rebuilt. Due to the lack of time, it was normal for there to be some abnormalities. There was another reason why the scanned shrines thought so. The scanning circle of the space war shrines was constantly monitoring the situation of planet Gamma in space. Especially in space, anyone who wanted to get close to planet Gamma would not be able to avoid the monitoring of the scanning circle. The scanning circle did not find anything approaching from space, which meant that no outsiders had entered planet Gamma. In this case, of course, the scanned shrines would first suspect that there was something wrong with the planetary portal. Send someone to check the planetary portal. The shrines stay alert. Noel ordered in a deep voice. After David used his talent ability to break space, he also realized that the Space War Shrines had discovered something. He immediately moved underground and went deep into the ground. He had enough patience. At this time, he was a hunter, and the Space War Shrines were his prey. The tense atmosphere of the Space War Shrines lasted for a day. 2 batches of alchemists checked the planetary portal one after another. Noel could not keep the Space War Shrines at the highest state of alert. Whether it was the power of faith or the priests and priests stationed here, they could not withstand the tension for a long time. Change to normal defense mode and take turns to rest. Noel looked at his tired men and said helplessly. The pale golden energy shield outside the Space War Shrines slowly faded and finally returned to its colorless state. David returned to the belly of the mountain. His eyes lit up. He did not need to use his spirit sense. He only needed to see the real-time map on the screen to find the changes in the outside world. Any changes in the Space War Shrines would be automatically notified by the intelligence system. His talent ability to sneak underground was activated again. Soon, David returned to the position 50 kilometers away from the Space War Shrines yesterday. He poked his head out from the ground and observed the situation of the Space War Shrines with his eyes. At this time, the planetary portal in the distance happened to have 2 priests carrying a huge portal box. They were responsible for transporting materials to the Gammy Shrines. The rich Gammy planet had become a dead end. It could no longer produce any products. Even a water source could not be guaranteed. In addition, they had to prepare for the construction of the standard Space War Shrines, so they needed to continuously transport materials. The 2 priests carried the portal box and walked to the gate of the Space War Shrines. This Space War Shrines served the war. For greater security, there was no other door. The gate was the only entrance. David concentrated. Just as the Space War Shrines opened and the 2 priests carried the portal box and stepped in, the Divine Knight armor appeared on his body. A pair of energy wings appeared on his back. 6 divine death chains were flying around the energy wings. He activated his strongest state. After completing the pre-war preparations, he activated his talent ability to break space and open the rule of speed. Although the talent ability could not send the other end of the portal into the Space War Shrines, it was not a problem to send it to the gate. The energy wings on his back gently flapped. A thin layer of energy protected his body. He stepped into the portal. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the gate of the Space War Shrines. In front of David's eyes, there were 2 motionless high priests carrying the space box and a wide open door. David understood that he had to be faster. This was because he could not let the Space War Shrines react. Otherwise, he would have to face a god's body that was more powerful than the last one. His left index finger gently touched the energy shield in front of the gate. This was also the fastest way for him to break the shield. Although the energy shield of the Space War Shrines was reduced by a little, and after the gate was opened, the gate lost the protection of the sacred runes. However, it was enough to withstand a full blow from a demigod. David could only destroy the energy shield with the destruction realm on his left index finger. At the same time, due to the special nature of his left index finger, the attack did not cause any backlash from the rule of speed. For his left index finger, the destruction realm energy was the normal energy of his left index finger. The attack with the destruction realm energy was just a normal attack from a demigod body. The destruction realm energy was the fusion of the speed rule and the strength rule. Naturally, it would not cause any backlash because it was in the speed rule. David did not wait for the energy shield to be completely destroyed. Just as the destruction realm energy opened a hole in the energy shield of the Space War Shrines, he activated the lightning body. His body turned into a flash of lightning and drilled into the interior of the Space War Shrines. Like all shrines, as soon as he entered the gate, he arrived at the main hall of the shrines. This was also where the statues were worshipped. The statues were the core of the shrines. David knew this from the statues in the small world of his soul. It was also because of his understanding of the shrines that he was confident in getting rid of the Space War Shrines quickly. The main hall was densely packed with ascetics sitting cross-legged. Under the effect of the speed rule, even the strongest level 5 powerhouse among them did not react to the sudden appearance of the lightning. In a flash of lightning, David arrived in front of the statues. At this time, the speed rule also lost its effect. His speed was synchronized with the main world again. Just as David left the speed rule, the alarms of the Space War shrines also reacted. The alarms from a magic circle and the bell on the clock tower combined to create a tense atmosphere. The statue in front of David was also automatically gathering the power of faith. It sensed the invasion of a demigod and was preparing for a god's descent. How could David let the god's descent succeed? He took a huge risk to enter the interior of the Space War shrines. He already had a plan. When he activated the innate ability Cobweb Entanglement, because he used an offensive method, he automatically broke away from the state of lightning body and returned to his original form. David really took a big risk. In order to not be affected, he even put the Black Dragon Alexis into the Divine Portal card. If there was even the slightest mistake in this operation, he would have to withstand the first wave of attack of the God of War's descent before he could summon the Black Dragon Alexis again. The 6 divine artifacts, Death God chains, transformed into 6 illusions and immediately coiled around the war god statue. The main reason was that David was standing too close to the statue. This was also part of his calculation. The statue that was preparing for a god's descent was bound by the death chains with the spider silk talon ability, and the divine telekinesis inside was immediately sealed. After the divine telekinesis was sealed, the fluctuations of the god's descent came to an abrupt stop. There was no further movement. Without the divine telekinesis of the god of war in the statue, the god's descent ceased to exist. At this time, the 4,000 ascetics in the hall also woke up. After seeing David's action of desecrating the statue of the god of war, their eyes turned red. David's eyes were cold. With a thought, the lightning domain was activated. Lightning swam back and forth in all the spaces in the hall. One by one, the ascetics were struck by lightning and lost their ability to move. However, David was shocked. The lightning territory was a demigod-level territory. With his strong mind as the foundation, the power of his lightning territory was even stronger than the demigod lightning beetle king. However, the lightning territory wasn't able to kill the 4,000 ascetics here. It only used the special paralysis effect of the lightning territory to make them lose their ability to move. David actually had to thank the small world in his soul and the world tree in it. Without the world tree to block the rules of the outside world, when he entered the Space War shrines, he was already suppressed by the sacred pattern magic circle inside the shrines. The Space War shrines were the highest level war weapons of the Space War shrines. The sacred pattern magic circle inside was equivalent to the sacred pattern magic circle of the main shrines. The god's glyph magic circle transmitted the small world rules of the god of war to the Space War temple. Even a real god's power would be greatly restricted if he entered the Space War temple, let alone a low-level demigod like David. Of course, David's power wasn't completely unaffected. Attacks like the lightning territory that left his body were mostly suppressed by the sacred pattern magic circle of the Space War shrines after leaving his body. Inside the Space War shrines, every priest and priest power would be strengthened. In addition, intruders would be restricted by the rules. Under this situation, intruders couldn't attack effectively. Fortunately, David was using the lightning territory. Although the lightning territory's attack power was greatly restricted, the paralysis effect was still there. All the ascetics in the hall couldn't move and couldn't attack David. Chapter 1159. Rise! David saw that the situation wasn't right, so he yelled and reached out to pull the statue up. Previously, David had wanted to use the Reaper's chains to break the statue of the god of war, but the statue's sturdiness was beyond his imagination. The Reaper chain wasn't an offensive weapon, so its attack power wasn't high. The statue was filled with the power of faith and was the center of everything in the Space War shrines. At this time, the statue was close to being a divine weapon material, so it wouldn't be easy to break it. If David hadn't used the destruction field on his left index finger, he could have broken it directly. The divine artifact, Death God's chains, bound the statue of the god of war behind him. Blasphemer! Blasphemer! The ascetics on the ground saw David carrying the statue on his back, and their bodies lit up with the white light of faith. They shouted as if they had gone mad. Originally, the paralyzing effect of the lightning domain had paralyzed the ascetics, but as the light of faith on their bodies grew brighter and brighter, the paralyzing effect on their bodies disappeared. Even if the lightning field was still active and lightning kept moving around their bodies, the fanatics would be immune to all negative effects once they entered a frenzied state. The ascetics that were transferred this time were all fanatics who had been training for more than 100 years. There weren't many descriptions of the ascetics in the world, because the shrines were so powerful that they almost never used the power of the ascetics. If it weren't for the fact that the shrines lost too much of their high-end combat power in this war, Archbishop Geordie wouldn't have used the ascetics' hidden power. David was also secretly shocked. This was the first time he had faced a fanatic. The reason why these crazy guys were immune to all negative statuses was that they had erupted with their own power of faith. Although the eruption of the power of faith with the body of a mortal allowed them to enjoy some special effects, it also caused great harm to their bodies. The fanatics were using their lives to complete the attack on the blasphemers. What's going on? Increase the power of the binding circle. Priest Noel shouted in another room. Lord Arthur's sudden appearance caught Noel off guard, but he was also an experienced commander. The Space War shrines were not that easy to enter. Although Lord Arthur had restricted the statue of the god of war, the shrines had more than one means of attack. The shrines consumed the power of faith, and its power was many times stronger than the ordinary ones. Coupled with the restrictions of the shrines, Noel was very confident that he could trap Lord Arthur here. But the binding circle had already been activated, and Noel saw that Lord Arthur was not affected, which made him confused. My lord, it's already at its maximum capacity. It can't be increased any further. A high priest replied, "Contact the Lord Shrines and ask for reinforcements." Priest Noel's face changed as he ordered. Now, Noel could only hope that the 4,000 ascetics could hold on for a little longer so that the Lord Shrines could send reinforcements in time. In the hall, as David was unable to use attacks that left his main body, the most primitive battle began. The talent ability of the god of war exploded in the shrines of the god of war. David's divine weapon, the knight's sword, kept sweeping across the bodies of the ascetics. If there was someone who knew David very well here, they would definitely notice that his fighting style was different from before. The ascetics were extremely crazy. They fought with their lives on the line. In order to attack the enemy, they did not care if they were attacked or not. This kind of enemy was the most difficult to deal with. They were not afraid of death and only focused on attacking the enemy. Unless there was a huge difference in power between them, they would only end up being surrounded. David was the one who had a huge difference in power between him and the ascetics. This difference was not only in terms of level, but also in terms of fighting skills. His divine weapon, the knight's sword, was like a living thing. The ascetic's attacks also had a sequence. His divine weapon, the knight's sword, was always one step faster than the ascetics. Their weapons could never get within 20 centimeters of him. These 20 centimeters were like a natural moat. The ascetics flooded in, but they fell one by one in front of David. David's fighting style was very calm. He walked step by step toward the ascetics. His pace was not affected by their attacks at all. The Space War Shrines Hall was like David's dance floor. He was the elegant dancer. There was no bitter battle. Even when he was fighting against 4,000 people, including 50 level 5 powerhouses, David did not feel troubled at all. He truly felt the terror of a god-tier talent ability. It must be known that during the battle in the hall, David couldn't attack out of his body. He could only use his long sword to kill his opponent. Under such restrictions, the war god's innate ability was displayed to the fullest. Bright red blood flowed on the ground, making the solemn hall seem even more evil. Perhaps in the eyes of the space shrine's priests, David was the most evil existence. For thousand ascetics fought to the last person. Even though they knew they could not beat David, they still kept rushing towards David. They were using their own blood to protect the dignity of the war god. They put the dignity of the war god before their own lives. David did not show any mercy. The ascetics were fighting for their beliefs, while David was fighting for himself. There was no right or wrong. The divine night battle sword swept across the neck of the last ascetic. David turned and walked towards the side hall. He did not look at the body on the ground again. One of the important reasons why the fanatics were not afraid of death was that after they died, their souls would definitely return to the small world of the god. Perhaps in the hearts of the fanatics, death was the beginning of a new life. But the fanatics did not know that if they died in front of David, their souls would no longer belong to them, nor would they belong to the God they believed in. The shadow attendant flew out. After every fanatic died, the invisible figure would be the first to receive the soul of the fanatic. As for the soul channel to the small world of the god of war, the shadow attendant finished the job of receiving the soul before it could open. David pushed open the door of the side hall. There were not many people in the side hall. There were only about 100 of them, and they were not very strong. Priest Noel saw Lord Arthur walk in and gathered his courage to ask loudly, "Lord Arthur, do you know what you are doing?" David said lightly, "Looks like you are the chief priest of this shrines. Planet Gammy is my territory. I have the right to punish intruders in my territory." Priest Noel said in a low voice, "My lord will not let you go. I should say that I won't let the god of war off," David said with a cold smile as he patted the statue behind him. Priest Noel and the other 100 priests and priests could not stand David's provocation. They could not allow the statue of the god of war to be desecrated like this. In an instant, all the priests and priests attacked David. It was a suicidal attack, and the result was predictable. After 10 breaths, David put the divine night battle sword back into its scabbard. There were no more lives in the space war shrines. He took the statue and flashed out of the space war shrines. He scanned the shrines with his spirit and put them into his dimension pendant. When the statue left the space war shrines, the faith inside quickly dissipated. The existence of the statue was not accepted by the rules of the main world. It would only be protected in the special environment of the shrines. Now, David didn't need to destroy the statue at all. After the statue lost the power of faith, his spirit could easily enter the statue. However, before David could use his mind to check the divine consciousness that the god of war had left in the statue, the shadow servant had already entered the statue and absorbed the divine consciousness of the god of war. In fact, after leaving the shrines, the statue lost its function. The statue was no longer a vessel for the spirit and had lost its ability to protect the spirit. Once the spirit lost the protection of the body, it was like the soul had lost its body. David flashed to the planet-level portal and used his spirit to enter the portal. He used his Grandmaster Alchemist ability to forcefully change the authority of the planet-level portal. In the shrines of the god of war, Archbishop Jord returned with a great victory. He was in good mood. Archbishop Jord felt that he had saved some of the reputation of the shrines of the war that had lost to Lord Arthur many times. Lord Arthur's territory was occupied by the shrines of the war. This represented the victory of the war shrines. Although he did not have any contact with Lord Arthur, under Archbishop Jord's orders, the news was that Lord Arthur had fled and abandoned Planet Gammy. Report. A priest at the door shouted in a hurried voice, "Come in." Archbishop Jord was very displeased with the priest's panic, but he knew that the priest must have something important to tell him. "Archbishop, Priest Noel sent a rescue message. Lord Arthur has entered the shrines. Priest Noel requests for reinforcements." The priest reported as soon as he entered the room. "What?" Archbishop Jot immediately lost his calm demeanor and stood up abruptly. Archbishop Jord had thought of Lord Arthur's revenge. He had already made all the shrines of the war shrines open the faith network. Although it consumed the power of faith, It allowed him to know the situation of any shrines immediately and replenish the power of faith immediately. Furthermore, the war shrines were no longer activated recently, and the war shrines were in a defensive state. Archbishop Jot did not want to make any contributions, but he did not want to make any mistakes. He was using the power of faith to exchange for safety. However, Archbishop Joe had never expected that Lord Arthur's first target would be the Space War Shrines. The Space War Shrines were very special. Even though the Space War Shrines have been accumulated for tens of thousands of years, only 4 Space War Shrines have been built. The Space War Shrines, as the war weapons of the War Shrines, had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Their defensive capabilities were almost the same as the main shrines. In addition to the power of God's descent, it was enough to make the shrines fearless in space battles. Archbishop Choate never thought that the Space War Shrines would be lost. In his mind, the Space War Shrines were as safe as the main shrines. Archbishop, Priest Noel is in urgent need of reinforcements. Seeing that Archbishop Joe did not speak for a long time, the priest hurriedly reminded him. The priest's attitude also reflected Archbishop Joe's lack of prestige within the war shrines. In the past, no priest would dare to urge the archbishop before he made a decision. How are we going to rescue him? Who are we going to send? Or are we going to send the oracle to his death? Archbishop Joe turned to look at the priest and questioned him. Archbishop Joe was also very helpless. At this moment, he realized that the extremely powerful war shrines were actually unable to provide effective reinforcements to Priest Noel. The most effective way was naturally for the 2 Space War Shrines to fly over. However, the 2 Space War Shrines that had long left Gamistar would need a long time to return to Gamistar. By the time the 2 Space War Shrines arrived at Gamistar, the battle on Gamistar would have already ended. As for other reinforcements, what combat power did Archbishop Joe have left? After Archbishop Guy and Archbishop McKinley's numerous wastrels, the high-end combat power of the war shrines was extremely depleted. If he wanted high-end combat power, Archbishop Joe recalled the 4,000 ascetics that he had left behind in the Space War Shrines. Among them, there were 50 level 5 powerhouses. Those were the few remaining level 5 powerhouses of the war shrines. With the sudden loss of 50 level 5 powerhouses, the number of level 5 combat power of the war shrines was so low that they would not be able to maintain their huge influence. Archbishop Joe felt a sharp pain in his heart. He had just become an archbishop, but his combat power had already fallen to such an extent. The priest was also speechless. Of course, they could not send any more oracles. The level 4 Sky Knight was already the most powerful oracles of the war shrines. Sending any more oracles would be equivalent to wasting the god of war's divine consciousness. The atmosphere in the room seemed to have frozen. Archbishop Joe and the priest did not speak. They waited in silence. The priest glanced at the communication circle in his hand and reported in a low voice, "We can't contact Priest Noel." Also, the planet-level teleportation gate on Gamistar has also lost its authority. It can no longer be used for teleportation. Phew! Archbishop Joe heaved a long sigh of relief. He finally did not have to choose whether to send reinforcements. At this moment, Archbishop Joe was already considering the safety of the main shrines. Since the Space War Shrines could be defeated by Lord Arthur, there was a possibility that the main shrines could be defeated as well. Archbishop Joe did not think about the loss of the Space War Shrines anymore. He issued a series of orders to increase the security level of the war main planet, where the shrines of the war main shrines were located. After some maneuvering by Archbishop Joe, the war shrines successfully switched from offense to defense. Chapter 1160. Analyze the destruction of Gami Planet. David ordered the AI system from the mountain. Although there were not many facilities hidden underground, and they did not cover the entire surface of Gami Planet, it was enough to collect information for analysis. In addition, David released another 200 robots on the ground. They were controlled by the AI system, so they could collect more detailed information. After waiting for about an hour, the AI system screen showed the situation report of Gammy Planet. There was a large amount of unknown radioactive energy in the soil of Gammy Planet. This unknown radioactive energy was depleted very slowly. It would take 86 years for it to be completely released from the soil. During this period, Gammy Planet was not suitable for the existence of any life, including animals, plants, and even microbes. David had already expected this result. However, the AI system's analysis could get the most accurate result. Is there a plan to intervene in the governance? David asked with a glimmer of hope. The AI system's screen showed the governance plans that were already in the database. Then, a cross was placed behind these governance plans, indicating that the governance plan was not suitable. A series of governance plans were shown, and each plan was also marked with a cross. Finally, the screen showed there are no alternatives. The nature of the unknown radioactive energy is unknown. Targeted research is required. David shook his head. He did not have time to study this unknown radioactive energy. Most importantly, he knew that this unknown radioactive energy was the remnant of the War Shrine's divine spell. This was related to the god of war. Before he reached the god level, it would be difficult for him to understand the remnant energy of the divine spell. It would be even more difficult to clean it up without damaging the soil. David gave up the idea of governing Gammy Planet. At least before he reached the god level, he would not have such thoughts again. Although he had captured a space war shrines this time, he had lost Gammy Planet. David knew that the war shrines would be looking for him everywhere. He did not plan to continue staying in the great world of God. He was ready to go into seclusion for a period of time to improve his strength. As he thought of this, he opened the wormhole that was connected to the Bug Tribe world's safe point and entered it in a flash. Now, David's strength in the insectoid world had greatly increased. He had 2 demigod-rank insectoid clones, the golden-winged beetle king and the lightning beetle king, as well as 2 legendary rank insectoid clones, the half-body spider king and the bladed cockroach king. Of course, the lightning beetle king could only be used as a hidden trump card. This was because the demigod lightning beetle king had been confirmed to be dead by many Zergs. Recently, the demigod golden-winged beetle king's position in the golden-winged beetle emperor's territory had become extremely stable. Even the territory it belonged to had become slightly larger. This was all due to the demigod golden-winged beetle king's contribution. At the same time, the conflict between the golden-winged beetle emperor and the half-body spider emperor also required the help of powerful insectoids. This also allowed the demigod golden-winged beetle king's status to rise. Due to the interference of the Queen Mother, the conflict between the 2 insectoid god ranks did not reach the point of a life-and-death battle. However, the hostility between the 2 had already reached an irreconcilable level. David spent a few days building a portal in the dimensional fissure in the insectoid world's safe zone. The other portal was built in the demigod golden-winged beetle king's territory. In the demigod golden-winged beetle king's territory, David chose a planet close to the demigod golden-winged beetle king's nest. The demigod golden-winged beetle king issued an order to forbid anyone from approaching the planet. This place was also guarded by the demigod lightning beetle king. The 2 demigod Zerg clones were very close to each other, forming a situation where they relied on each other. As long as a god-level insectoid did not personally come, their safety would not be a problem. David also had a planet to stay on in the insectoid world. If there were no accidents, he would stay there for a long time. This planet was not a planet with life. Instead, it was a depleted resource planet. Because of this, the demigod golden-winged beetle king's order did not attract too much attention. Inside the planet, David used his talent ability, underground sneaking, to open up a huge underground space. In order to make his life more comfortable, he also set up a survival system in this underground space. Although David already had the power of a demigod and could survive without oxygen, the survival system made him feel like a human. After everything was set up, David began to organize his gains. As the Space War Shrines were very special, he did not want to study the Space War Shrines in the great world of God. He also did not want to put them directly into his soul space small world. Therefore, he thought of coming to the insectoid world. In the insectoid world, even if the god of war could sense his Space War Shrines, he could not do anything to him. David was even willing to let the god of war break through space and come to the insectoid world. He also wanted to see if the god of war could withstand the suppression of the world rules and fight with many insectoid gods. Of course, he knew that this was impossible. Just by looking at how the god of war would not appear in his original form in the great world of God, one could see how much these gods valued their god's body. David took out the huge Space War Shrines. As the Space War Shrines left the great world of God, they could not contact other shrines, let alone connect to the belief network. David not only drew a large number of isolation patterns around the underground space, but he also used the energy shielding technology of the Interstellar Federation. He also placed the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System aside. A large number of monitoring devices were in operation, constantly providing him with data on the changes in the energy around him. He also reinstalled the original research equipment. The Space War Shrines were placed in the underground space like dead objects. None of the sacred patterns had any reaction. David was overjoyed. This was the result he wanted. It was not that the Interstellar Federation did not do any research on gods. As early as thousands of years ago, after the fall of the Interstellar Federation, the gods had already begun their research. However, as the gods were only left with the remnants of their god's body, the research could only be done from a biological point of view. David's 5 demigod clones were the products of these research results. The other research was still in the exploration stage. The Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System was originally the Artificial Intelligence System of the Institute of Immortality, and the Institute of Immortality was the best research institute for gods in the Interstellar Federation. All of the research results were stored in the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System. David wanted to research the Space War Shrines, but he had not reached the god level yet. He could only use the research results of the Interstellar Federation as a reference. "Start scanning," he ordered. A group of robots, under the command of the Cube Super Artificial Intelligence System, used devices to scan the Space War Shrines. On the screen in front of David, the Space War Shrines were being reconstructed bit by bit. The Space War Shrines had lost their energy protection. These scanning devices not only scanned the surface, but also the internal structure of the building. As the details of the Space War Shrines on the screen became more and more detailed, some of the locations that required special attention were also marked. These locations had weak energy waves. Although David was not very familiar with the sacred patterns, he could see the function of the sacred patterns at the locations of the weak energy waves. They were long-distance location information. If he had not brought the Space War Shrines to the Zerg world for research, the shrines would have been able to pinpoint his location very quickly. David's main purpose of researching the Space War Shrines was to study the sacred patterns. In the Cube's artificial intelligence system, there was alchemy knowledge about the great world of God that he had transmitted. There was also a part of the sacred pattern information that he had mastered. Although this part of knowledge was very little, it allowed the Cube to find a direction to research. The sacred patterns were a way to use the power of faith. It was also one of the few ways that non-gods could use the power of faith. The power of faith was a very high-end energy. It was very difficult to sense the power of faith without reaching the legendary level and having a strong mind, not to mention the use of the power of faith. The power of faith was not something that ordinary people could use. Divine spells could also use the power of faith, but they used the power of the gods to do so. In order to use the power of the gods, the person who performed the divine spells had to be extremely devout to the gods. At the same time, they also had to have spiritual talent. The person who performed the divine spells was a priest. They prayed to the gods every day to achieve a close connection with the gods. However, the sacred patterns were different. The sacred patterns could directly use the power of faith to achieve a stronger effect than the alchemy patterns. David lacked knowledge in this area. He had the power of faith, but he did not have the corresponding method to use it. Establishing a research project to analyze the space war shrines and decipher the sacred patterns. Estimated research time, 350 days. The screen displayed the information given by the cube's artificial intelligence system. David could not help but feel relieved when he saw the estimated research time given by the cube's artificial intelligence system. As long as the cube's artificial intelligence system gave the time, it meant that there was hope to decipher the sacred patterns. In fact, this was mainly because of the knowledge that David had transmitted to the cube's artificial intelligence system. If the space war shrines were to be studied in the Interstellar Federation's Research Institute, perhaps the time taken would be tens or hundreds of times longer. The research was not based on imagination. The Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God were two different civilizations. The knowledge systems of the two were completely different. The civilization of the Great World of God was built on alchemy patterns. The Interstellar Federation could not even grasp the knowledge of alchemy patterns, let alone higher-level sacred patterns. The gods developed alchemy patterns that could use normal energy on the basis of sacred patterns. After the cube's artificial intelligence system obtained the knowledge of alchemy patterns, it was equivalent to mastering the low-level knowledge structure of the Great World of God. In the case of physical objects, it was not impossible to research higher-level knowledge. David did not care about the cube's research work anymore. He could not help much in the early stages of this work. The cube's artificial intelligence system specialized in analyzing and researching a large amount of information. He summoned the shadow attendant. This time, he obtained another divine will of the god of war. Although he did not expect to obtain any great ability from the divine will of the god of war, he still wanted to see what kind of knowledge light ball he obtained. When he asked the shadow attendant to list the knowledge light ball, David's heart was begging that it was not the hymn of God. In his estimation, all the divine wills of the god of war in the shrines should have the hymn of God talent ability. Because the hymn of God talent was too suitable for the shrines to absorb the power of faith. If he was a god, he would also choose to place the hymn of God talent ability in the divine wills of the shrines. When David's mind was focused on the knowledge light ball, he was a little surprised because the knowledge light ball was not the hymn of God he expected. The knowledge light ball divine spell, divine talent, had a divine spell built into the divine will. This was definitely beyond David's expectations. What David did not know was that the space war shrines were very special. Normally, the space war shrines were used to start a war. In this sort of situation, the use of a close combat innate ability, like the war god innate ability, was very limited. In the divine wills of the space war shrines, there were many divine spells built in. With the space war shrines continuously providing the power of faith, it was enough for the god of war to cast divine spells when he descended. The most important thing was that the divine spells cast by the god of war were not comparable to those of the shrines. This was because the divine spells mastered by the god of war were all at the divine level. The power of the divine spells also increased with the power of the user. A level 5 shrines could only cast a level 5 divine spell, or many shrines could cast a divine spell together to increase the power of the divine spell. However, this increase could only increase the power of the divine spell by one level. He didn't know if David was lucky or unlucky, but he was able to obtain the most common divine spell, the divine light spell. Of course, even if it was the most common divine spell, as long as its power reached the divine level, the divine spell of light would be more powerful than the shrines cast by other shrines. Many of the god of war's divine spells were unique to the god of war. If there was no corresponding law as a foundation, then these divine spells would only be decorative and would have no power at all. The divine spell of light was different. It was a universal divine spell that did not need any law as a foundation. It only needed to be recognized by the world's law. The threshold of the divine spell of light was unattainable for the followers of the evil god because they could not be recognized by the world's law. However, this threshold was too simple for David. He had his own small soul space and the support of the world tree. He was born to be recognized by the world's law. Chapter 11:61. David guided the light ball from the shadow attendant's body into the small world of his soul. It was then attracted by the branch of the world tree and formed a fruit on the branch. David's mind came into contact with the fruit, and part of the knowledge of the light theurgy entered his mind. The other part turned into the pattern of the light theurgy and entered the soul fortress. He began to organize the knowledge he had acquired regarding radiant divine arts. He realized that he had underestimated radiant divine arts. The light theurgy could be used by the priests of the 5 shrines from low to high level. It was the most familiar theurgy of the great world of God and the representative theurgy of the 5 shrines. However, this didn't mean that the light theurgy wasn't strong. On the contrary, the fact that the 5 shrines all used the light theurgy showed how practical it was. The light theurgy was an exclusive theurgy. As long as the target was determined to be evil, the light theurgy could be used to attack it. The scariest thing was that the light theurgy's attack range was very wide. It could attack all enemies in the range at once. The light theurgy could directly determine the target as evil, and then the target would become the target of the light theurgy. This was also the extra ability of the light theurgy compared to the normal light theurgy. To be honest, if the light theurgy was just like that, David wouldn't pay too much attention to it. This was because he had many talents, and the power of his area of effect attack was even stronger than the light theurgy. The light theurgy could only be used against evil targets. If the target wasn't evil, it needed to be determined first, which was a bit troublesome. However, the light theurgy had an effect that no other talents had, and that was to give the light theurgy to one's own believers. Of course, this believer had very strict requirements. First, the believer had to reach a certain level of faith. Second, the believer had to have spiritual talent to be able to use the light theurgy. David didn't get the inheritance of faith to become a god, but he got the first theurgy that could be given to a believer, although he didn't have a believer that met the requirements. He felt that the god of war was like a treasure. There were always unexpected gains. David then turned his attention to the shadow attendant's body. This time, he found 4,000 complete souls. The 4,000 complete souls were the souls of the ascetics. But why didn't the shadow attendant convert these souls into soul energy and extract the useful knowledge, orbs, and soul origin from them? David had a lot of questions in his mind, but the shadow attendant gave him the answer. The soul of an ascetic who had undergone hundreds of years of cultivation was an important treasure to any god. There were many devout believers, but not many of them were fanatics. Among the fanatics, the ascetic's faith was more solid. Ascetics would constantly hone their faith in 100 years, and in a human's lifetime, 100 years was extremely precious. In addition, this kind of tempering was extremely boring, and very few people could endure it. Ascetics had to have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand 100 years of tempering. This was not a problem that could be solved by faith. Even the shrines of war, there were not many ascetics who had undergone hundreds of years of cultivation. The bald god who made the shadow attendant would also break down souls according to their value. For example, the souls of the ascetics were very valuable, so they did not need to be broken down into soul energy. This did not mean that the shadow attendant would not do anything to the souls of the ascetics. After the souls were absorbed, part of the consciousness in the souls was purified. The soul of the century-old ascetic whose consciousness had been purified had become a tool to produce the power of faith. David's heart moved, and the souls of the ascetics appeared in the small world of the soul space, surrounding the destruction shrines. As soon as the souls of the ascetics entered the small world of the soul space, the branches of the world tree swayed slightly, and a pure life energy poured out. The souls of the ascetics were originally illusory figures, but they were filled with life energy. Their bones and flesh grew, and the ascetics regained their bodies. Actually, this was also because David's own power had not reached God level. Otherwise, his small world of the soul space would not need the world tree to use its power. It would automatically accept the souls that were recognized and reshape their bodies. David sensed that there were 4,000 thick faith channels between the ascetics and the destruction shrines. Every one of the ascetics was like a water pump, sending a large amount of soul energy into the destruction shrines. In terms of soul energy, the ascetics of the ascetics could be compared to 10,000 devout believers. In terms of quality, the difference between the ascetics and devout believers was like the difference between diamond and glass. David did not expect that the first batch of humans in his small world of the soul space would be fanatics of the god of war. Before, there were only the illusory humans and the spirit race in the small world. Although the illusory humans looked like humans on the surface, they were formed by the remnant human souls in the knowledge ball and the illusory spell. His mind went into the statue of the destruction shrines. The soul energy of the ascetics gathered here, and the god power crystallization speed increased by several times. Don't underestimate this increase. The spirit race and the illusory humans in David's small world of the soul space had reached a very high level of faith. In a sense, they had reached the level of fanaticism. 4,000 years of ascetics was equivalent to 40 million devout believers providing soul energy. This was several times the total number of spirit race and illusory humans in his small world of the soul space. Perhaps these 4,000 years of ascetics were nothing to a god like the god of war who ruled a world, but to those gods who did not have an identity in the main world, it was an unimaginable amount of wealth. It was not easy to raise 100 years of ascetics. First, there was the source of the ascetics. Usually, only 100 years of ascetics would appear in a billion believers. The ascetics did not produce anything, so they needed logistical support. The process of ascetics could not be disturbed. This required a special area. The ascetics might not be able to last 100 years. This process could not be forced. It could only be done voluntarily. These conditions made the evil gods unable to raise ascetics at all. If they were lucky, 100 years of ascetics would appear and be treated like a treasure. If David did not have the help of the shadow attendant, even if he met 100 years of ascetics, he would not be able to turn them into his believers. To change the faith of 100 years of ascetics, one needed to have a strong understanding of souls. The original owner of the shadow attendant, the bald god, was an expert in soul research. David estimated that in less than a month, he would have his own god power crystallization. In the future, the god power crystallization would continue to be produced at the same speed. He had the idea of taking the initiative to find the shrines of war and kill more ascetics to increase the faith in his small world of the soul space. However, David did not act rashly. He knew that if he caused the shrines of war many times, the god of war would probably go all out to deal with him. He thought that as long as he knew where he was the next time the shrines of war would come looking for him, it would probably be the god of war himself. This was because the shrines of war had used almost all of their methods. The god of gods' descent was the most powerful of the normal methods. Then there was the most powerful war machine, the space war shrines. If the shrines of war did not hide more powerful methods, then the shrines of war would not be able to deal with David. If they wanted to deal with David, then the god of war would have to make a move. David released the 5 demigod clones from the Divine Dimension card. After this period of consolidation, the demigod clones' realms had stabilized, and they could continue to improve. When the 5 demigod clones appeared in the bug world, all the gods in the bug world felt the influence of the Emperor Inheritance Rune. Find the humans. The Queen Mother's consciousness reverberated in the minds of every bug in the bug world. David felt the Queen Mother's order through the demigod golden-winged beetle king, the demigod lightning beetle king, and the legendary half-body spider king. Only the legendary blade mantis king was resurrected in the great world of God, so it did not enter the bug world's communication network. It could not accept the Queen Mother's consciousness. David was not worried at all. This was different from before. Before, he had no power in the bug world and could only stay in the space crack. Even if he was in the space crack, he was worried that the space bugs would find him. However, it was different now. He was in the territory of the demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King. The demigod Golden-Winged Beetle King was the ruler here, and all the bugs were under its control. On top of that, the demigod Lightning Beetle King was patrolling the area. It was 100% guaranteed that the bugs would not find this place. David could let the 5 demigod clones use the royal inheritance rune to train. It would be helpful for him to reach the god level as soon as possible. Archbishop Jot knelt on the ground of the palace. His body was trembling. In front of him, the god of war statue was emitting a terrifying pressure that made him unable to support his body. He could only remain in a kneeling position. Archbishop Jot was more afraid of the god of war's anger. The statue's anger made the air in the palace seem to have solidified. How could the god of war, who was in a small world, not be angry? The space war shrines were not ordinary items. They were materials created by the god of war in a small world by consuming the power of faith. It was then made by many generations of people. Although the space war shrines were not divine items, they were not much different. At least in terms of materials, they were comparable to the weaker divine items. Some of the materials were obtained by the god of war from the space-time turbulence. Otherwise, the space war shrines would not only have 4 in 10,000 years. However, such precious space war shrines were lost in the hands of Archbishop Jot. The god of war did not know what method Lord Arthur used. In any case, he could not sense the location of the space war shrines. Even if the space war shrines were placed in a space item, the god of war could still use the positioning rune array inside the shrines to find their exact location. As long as he could find the location of the space war shrines, the god of war could even use his main body once for the sake of the space war shrines. The god of war resisted the urge to slap Archbishop Jot to death. Archbishop Jot was the archbishop he had chosen. In addition, although Archbishop Jot was useless, it was mostly because of Lord Arthur's many tricks. Archbishop Jot could not be blamed entirely. Archbishop Jot felt his entire body relax. His body could no longer support itself as he fell to the ground. Although he was powerless, he was still glad that he was not killed by the angry god of war. "I'm still alive. I want to live," Archbishop Jot shouted in his heart. When the god of war's consciousness left the main shrine statue, he did not give Archbishop Jot any more orders. This made Archbishop Jot understand that the god of war did not want him to complete the mission of capturing Lord Arthur alive. Archbishop Jot thought so. This made him heave a long sigh of relief. Finally, he did not have to face the terrifying Lord Arthur. It was worth it to endure the god of war's anger once. The god of war did not know what Archbishop Jot was thinking. Otherwise, he would have slapped Archbishop Jot to death. At this moment, the god of war's eyes flashed with helplessness. As one of the 5 great gods of the great world of God, the ruler of the great world of God, he could not do anything to a demigod. This made him lose face. Next, the god of war had to do something even more embarrassing. He waved his hand, and a shadow appeared. Within the shadow was the figure of the god of justice. "God of justice, I have a request." The god of war did not want to contact any of the 4 gods. However, in order to find Lord Arthur, he still contacted the god of justice. "God of war, please speak your mind." The god of justice had a standard god smile on his face. This was intentional. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he could maintain his expression and not let the god of war see anything. Recently, the shrines of war had suffered many losses. The god of justice had long known about this. Since the god of war did not inform the 4 gods, he must have his own plans. Therefore, the 4 gods pretended not to know about this. However, what happened next shocked the 4 gods. 2 shrines of war had died consecutively. The god of war's descent had also been defeated. Recently, even the space war shrines had been lost. A large number of century-old ascetic cultivators had died. All of these showed that the god of war had suffered losses. In the past 10,000 years, This was the first time the four gods had seen the god of war suffer such a huge loss. Although the five gods had a close relationship and shared the great world of God, there was still competition between them. From various benefits to various resources, they all needed to compete. After the god of war suffered losses, there would naturally be a large number of faith resources available. Therefore, when the four gods saw the god of war suffer losses, they let it be and did not take the initiative to intervene. Chapter 1162. God of Justice, I need your help to locate a demigod. The god of war said in a low voice. The god of war didn't need to beg, nor did he need to state his conditions. They had known each other for tens of thousands of years, and they both understood the value of something. This time, the god of war had given a favor that was equivalent to locating a demigod. This favor would need to be returned in the future. Every god had their own strengths. For example, the god of war was good at close combat, while the god of justice was good at soul research and had a very powerful prophecy ability. The god of war wanted to use the prophecy ability of the god of justice to accurately locate Lord Arthur's position. It's already reached this stage, and you need to use your godly body. The god of justice was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the god of war to make such a request. Even though the god of justice was a god and was also recognized by the rules of the great world of God, using prophecy to locate a demigod of the great world of God required a lot of effort. It's rare to meet a worthy opponent. Although he's a bit weak, I'm still prepared to give him a chance to fight on equal terms. The god of war didn't want to explain the real reason, so he replied faintly. You've decided. Give me a demigod's aura, and I'll use prophecy. The god of justice nodded. The god of war directly simulated Lord Arthur's aura. After fighting with Lord Arthur, he was already very familiar with Lord Arthur's aura. For a god, as long as he felt the aura, he could simulate it at any time. He didn't need to use a related item to extract the remaining aura. In his own small world, the god of justice reached out and grabbed a handful of divinity crystals. There seemed to be at least 100 of them. He tossed them into the air. The holy crystals formed a complicated pattern in the air, and the god of justice placed Lord Arthur's aura in the pattern. The holy crystals broke apart one by one and turned into pure holy power. The holy power flowed in the pattern. The god of justice had come into contact with the rules of the world of the great world of God through the divine pattern of prophecy. According to the guidance of Lord Arthur's aura, he was very clear that he would get the results soon. According to the god of justice's prediction, it would take at most a few of these divine crystals to predict the location of Lord Arthur. But 10 divine power crystals, 20 divine power crystals. Even after all the divine power crystals were used up, the divine runes of prophecy still didn't point out the location of Lord Arthur. The god of justice felt a little tired. The consumption of this prophecy spell was not only the consumption of the divinity crystal, but also the consumption of his spiritual energy. Predicting a question that had no answer was equivalent to searching the entire great world of God through the power of the rules. At this time, the divine runes of prophecy, after consuming a lot of divine power, showed their horror. They actually broke the world barrier and entered another big world. At the moment when the world barrier was broken, all the divine power crystals were used up. The divine runes of prophecy began to absorb the divine power of the god of justice. This made the god of justice's face change. He used his palm as a knife and cut off the connection between prophecy and himself. The god of justice snorted slightly. Prophecy was a secret spell related to time and space. Originally, with his strength, it wasn't difficult to predict the location of Lord Arthur. But the problem was that Lord Arthur wasn't in the great world of God at all. Crossing the big world made the difficulty of prophecy beyond the god of justice's ability. The god of justice was only recognized by the rules of the great world of God, but he wasn't recognized by the rules of the bug world. He was basically going against the rules of the bug world. Not to mention using prophecy. Even if the god of justice's divine body entered the bug world, his power would be greatly suppressed. Luckily, the God of justice was decisive and cut off the connection with prophecy. This didn't cause too much damage to his divine body. But even so, his sacrifice was far beyond his expectations. God of war, are you trying to harm me? The God of justice shouted as soon as he connected with the God of war. God of justice, what's the matter? The God of war saw the God of justice's appearance and couldn't help but be stunned. Although the God of justice wasn't as gentle as the God of knowledge, his personality wasn't too volatile. How could he lose his composure like this? The God of war didn't think that using prophecy to find the location of Lord Arthur was too difficult. A demigod could find the location of Lord Arthur with a little price. You didn't tell me that the demigod wasn't in the great world of God. Because of this, my divine body suffered a backlash. The God of justice said in a low voice, "Not in the great world of God. How is that possible?" The God of war said as he shook his head, "If Lord Arthur wasn't in the great world of God, then there was only one possibility. He had gone to the Interstellar Federation. As for the bug world, the only way in had been blocked by the 5 shrines. If Lord Arthur wanted to enter the bug world through the spatial gate, he would have to pass by the space war shrines, who were on the highest alert. The God of war didn't believe that Lord Arthur could sneak through the spatial gate. The problem was that the war shrine's intelligence system had been paying attention to the Worcester's world barrier and hadn't found Lord Arthur's figure at all. God of justice, I owe you a favor this time." The God of war didn't believe that the God of justice would lie to him. He also recognized the price that the God of justice had to pay this time. The God of war cut off the projection. For the first time, a look of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Lord Arthur had left the great world of God, and he couldn't enter the Interstellar Federation to hunt him down. However, it wasn't as if there was no way. He could use the war shrines to pressure the Interstellar Federation and ask the Interstellar Federation to expel Lord Arthur. However, the negotiations between the two great worlds would take a very long time. No matter how depressed the God of war was, the God of justice had a strange expression on his face. In truth, the God of justice had hidden some things from the God of war. For example, when the God of justice used his prophecy, he sensed the world consciousness of the bug world. However, the God of justice didn't tell the God of war about this. The two sides understood each other too well. The God of war's style of capturing Lord Arthur alive didn't fit the God of war's personality at all. The God of war's actions were all about killing. Why would he capture an enemy alive? There must be some kind of benefit involved. Perhaps it was just like the rumors that the God of war had made some kind of deal with the bug gods. From the God of justice's point of view, Lord Arthur was like a catalyst that would disturb the peaceful, great world of God and break the balance of the 5 gods. He didn't think this was a bad thing because the only truly powerful gods left in the great world of God were the 5 of them. The other evil gods were in a deep sleep for a long time. Some of them could barely maintain themselves. There were very few evil gods that could store more power of faith. However, the 5 of them ruled the great world of God. The amount of power of faith they accumulated was billions of times more than the evil gods. Originally, tens of thousands of years ago, the evil gods weren't as strong as the 5 of them. Now, the 5 gods' strength had improved greatly, and the evil gods were far behind. Therefore, in the great world of God, the only ones that could threaten the God of justice were the other 4 gods. The other 4 gods were the same. Without a powerful enemy, the God of justice would have a chance to weaken the God of war's power. This was what the God of justice wanted to see. However, the God of justice was very curious. How did Lord Arthur sneak into the bug world? The new president of the Interstellar Federation, Peter, was in a large office in the presidential palace. He had just taken office and was handling a lot of government affairs. These were all left over from the military and the impeachment of the previous president. Janet, if General David returns to the Federal High Command, immediately send an invitation to General David. I hope to meet with him. After reading a series of documents, President Peter looked up and ordered Janet's secretary. President Peter saw a lot of detailed information about General David from the documents. This information was more accurate than the rumors. As the president of the Interstellar Federation, although he was restrained by the military, President Peter was still the most powerful person in the Federation. Not long after taking office, President Peter was eager to meet with General David. From this, one could see General David's influence in the Interstellar Federation. The number one person in the military was Grand Marshal Andre, but General David's influence in the Federation was second only to Grand Marshal Andre. Moreover, within the military, General David's influence was on the verge of surpassing that of Grand Marshal Andre. If not for the fact that General David did not value power and disappeared after becoming the deputy commander of the Federation, General David's influence would have been even greater. General David's influence in the upper echelons of the Federation was even greater than his influence in the military. This was because the upper echelons of the Federation were more aware of General David's strength. He was a powerful being who could single-handedly stop the Zerg army. Even the elites of the great world of God feared General David's strength. General David was the strongest force in the military other than the Doomsday Weapon. He was truly a terrifying being who could single-handedly take on an entire army. President Peter had no intention of clashing with General David. He only wanted to build a good relationship with General David so that his position as president would be more secure. "Yes, I will get it done," Janet's secretary replied. She then took out a letter and handed it over. "This is a letter from the war shrines of the great world of God." President Peter was taken aback. Although he had just become president, from his previous official documents, he knew that shrines had never appeared in the diplomatic relations between the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. This was probably the first time in history that the shrines of the war had sent a letter. He took the simple letter and opened the lead seal. Then his expression froze because he saw the words written in the divine language. "Janet, translate this." President Peter felt the arrogance of the war shrines of the great world of God. Even if this letter was written in the divine language, it should have the corresponding translation in the Federation's language. This was a form of courtesy. At the same time, there would not be any errors in interpretation due to a one-sided translation. One had to know that in diplomatic translation, it was very likely that the content would have a completely opposite meaning because of one sentence. Janet's secretary was able to become the president's secretary not because of her beauty, but because of her knowledge. She was a genius who had graduated from a famous school and was very knowledgeable. Archbishop Joe of the War Shrines invites you to meet him in 10 days at the border between Planet War and the great world of God. Janet's secretary read the letter and translated it. "Archbishop Joe, the Shrines of the War have changed their archbishop?" President Peter asked curiously. He had just checked the information. According to the information, the Archbishop of the War Shrines was still Archbishop Gay. But an official letter like this could not be wrong. The Shrines of the War had changed their archbishop. But why did Archbishop Joe want to meet him? "Invite Grand Marshal Andre and the ministers here," President Peter ordered in a low voice. A few hours later, in the president's office, the most powerful people in the Federation sat together. President Peter took out the letter from the war shrines of the great world of God and explained the situation. "President Peter, I do not recommend that you meet with Archbishop Joe. From what I know, the shrines of the great world of God have the ability to influence souls. That is not something ordinary people like us can resist. We might be unknowingly influenced by them." Minister Chambers immediately objected. The other ministers agreed as well. They did not want anything to happen to President Peter. The Interstellar Federation government could not afford any more accidents. The successive presidents had met with mishaps, causing the Federation government's reputation to drop to a freezing point. If not for the federal military's powerful presence that calmed the hearts of the people, the Federation might have fallen into chaos long ago. As ministers of the Federation, they did not want President Peter to follow in the footsteps of the previous presidents. Just like how the shrines of the great world of God looked down on the Federation was extremely resistant to the shrines of the great world of God. After all, according to the information they had, the shrines were of a higher status than the Supreme Council. In the past, the shrines had never appeared. The Federation, who advocated equality, could not stand their high and mighty attitude. More importantly, the Shrine's priests had the ability to control people's hearts. This was what the Federation feared the most. The Federation could still use advanced weapons to fight against visible combat power. But the Federation could not deal with invisible spiritual power. Archbishop Joe has personally sent an invitation. If we reject him, I'm afraid our previous diplomatic achievements with the great world of God will be greatly affected. Grand Marshal Andre didn't want the military to pay such a high price for their cooperation with the great world of deities to end just like that, so he tried to persuade them. Chapter 1163. Grand Marshal Andre, can the military protect me and my personnel from the mental influence of the shrines of the great world of God? President Peter looked at Grand Marshal Andre and asked. In this office, the military had the most understanding of the great world of God's strength and had the most right to speak. I need to contact them. Grand Marshal Andre was silent for a moment before standing up. President Peter's eyes flashed with excitement. He knew very well that in the entire Interstellar Federation, the only person who could protect him from the shrines of the great world of God was General David. Grand Marshal Andre stood up and walked out of the meeting room. He did indeed need to contact David. If it was a small matter, he would not bother David, but this time it was related to the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. He needed David's help. Grand Marshal Andre tapped on a special contact on his identity bracelet. This was an emergency contact number that David had left behind. Even if David was in the insectoid world, this emergency contact method could still reach him. This was because the identity bracelet he used to contact this method was the identity bracelet he left on his level 5 priest clone at the Galactic Federation's save point. Very few people knew about the identity bracelet of the level 5 priest clone. Only very few important people had this contact number. General David, President Peter will be meeting with Archbishop Jot of the Shrines of the Great World of God in 10 days. He needs you to protect President Peter. Are you free? Grand Marshal Andre sent the message and waited. David, who was in the bug world, saw the information on the identity bracelet through the level 5 priest clone. He could not help but wonder if this had something to do with him, whether it was to find out what Archbishop Jot was up to or to protect President Peter. He had to step in. As the deputy commander of the federal military, if he wanted to retain his identity as a member of the Federation, he had to fulfill his responsibilities. Although David didn't care about his identity in the military, he could benefit all his family members with this identity. Where's the meeting place? David controlled the level 5 sacrificer clone to reply on his identity bracelet. Grand Marshal Andre smiled. General David still gave him a lot of face. At the same time, from the reply, General David still loved the Federation. Grand Marshal Andre had always been worried. He was worried that as General David's strength continued to increase, he would have thoughts of ignoring power. If that happened, General David might become the Federation's enemy, which was something he didn't want to see. Grand Marshal Andre sent the time and location to David. After receiving an accurate reply, he returned to the conference room. President Peter, you can go without worry. General David will ensure the safety of you and your entourage. Grand Marshal Andre smiled at President Peter. After he said this, the ministers who had opposed the meeting between President Peter and Archbishop Jot no longer objected. In their minds, as long as General David was there, safety was not an issue. Ignoring the issue of safety, the ministers were definitely in favor of contacting the shrines of the great world of God because this was a major breakthrough in the diplomatic history of the Interstellar Federation. The Federation government could use this matter to promote the government's achievements and restore the government's reputation. Accompanied by Minister Chambers, President Peter boarded the presidential spaceship and went through the military's teleportation gate to Warstar under the escort of a fleet. President Peter planned to use this opportunity to pay respects to the soldiers of Warstar and conduct a tour of the war zone. This was also to show the importance the Federation placed on the war zone. When this fleet appeared from the military space portal in the war zone, a guard fleet composed of 200 battleships was already waiting in space. Originally, the escort fleet of 200 battleships had never been able to fill up, but ever since Admiral David had displayed astonishing combat prowess in the war against the insectoids, the various factions had taken the initiative to mobilize battleships to fill up Admiral David's escort fleet. Only then did they have the scale of 200 battleships. Otherwise, they would have had to wait for many years before they could fill up the escort fleet. It's hard to imagine that General David's fleet is so powerful. Although President Peter had heard that General David's fleet was made up of battleships, he was still shocked to see 200 battleships gathered together. Secretary Janet's eyes were filled with admiration. Almost all the young people in the Federation viewed General David as their idol. Just the number of people who chose to join the military was much higher than before. General David had influenced a generation of young people, and he would influence even more in the future. A landing ship flew out of the flagship and approached the presidential spaceship. "Sir President, General David requests to board." Secretary Janet reported softly to President Peter. "General David is here. I'll go welcome him." Minister Chambers said, "No, I'll go welcome him myself." President Peter suddenly stood up and said. President Peter and Minister Chambers arrived at the hatch. As the hatch opened, a young man in a general's uniform walked out of the passage connecting to the landing ship. It was David, but it was not David himself, but his clone that had broken through to demigod in the Interstellar Federation. President Peter, Minister Chambers. The demigod clone saluted. "I've been fascinated by General David for a long time. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary." President Peter praised with a smile. President Peter led David into the presidential spaceship and into the guest room. David kept half a step behind President Peter as a sign of respect. This made President Peter very happy. President Peter had thought that General David would be difficult to get along with, but he realized that General David was very reasonable and did not become arrogant because of his strength. Secretary Janet served the drinks. She did not leave, but stood to the side. Secretary Janet was very excited to see General David with her own eyes. As someone who had access to much of General David's confidential information, she knew better than anyone else how powerful General David was. "General David, I've always wanted to meet you. Today, I finally have the chance." President Peter said with a smile. "President Peter, it's my honor," David said with a smile. "After I took office, I saw your contributions in the information. Although the military has rewarded you for your contributions, the Federation government did not reward you accordingly. I think this is a mistake on the part of the Federation government. I've decided to change it. So, I propose that you be awarded the Federation President's Medal as a reward for your outstanding contributions to the Federation." President Peter continued. The Federation President's Medal was the highest medal of the Federation government. Every president could only propose the Federation President's Medal once, and it had to be approved by a ministerial meeting before it could be awarded. This medal was established to honor those who had made outstanding contributions to the Federation. The standard for such contributions was very high. The Interstellar Federation would only award the Federation President's Medal once every 10 years. Many presidents did not award the Federation President's Medal. Therefore, the Federation President's Medal was very meaningful. Although the Federation government's reputation had declined, the recipients of the Federation President's Medal were still very respectable. Of course, the Federation President's Medal was just icing on the cake for David. From the Federation President's Medal, David could feel that President Peter was trying to curry favor with him. This made him heave a sigh of relief. He did not want to be on bad terms with the current president. Being on good terms with him was much easier than dealing with the Federation President. "Thank you, President Peter. I will be responsible for your safety during this meeting." David smiled and expressed his goodwill. In this friendly atmosphere, President Peter and General David's meeting was very harmonious. The protection of the presidential spaceship fell on David's shoulders. Naturally, The fleet accompanying the spaceship was also replaced by David's escort fleet. President Peter, Minister Chambers, and David stood in front of the large, transparent window of the presidential spaceship, looking out at the scenery in space. Ahead is the last line of defense. After this section, we will enter the outer space of the Warstar. David explained to President Peter, I heard that this section is the most dangerous route. President Peter asked curiously, Yes, but as long as we follow the designated route, the chances of encountering danger are very low. David replied with a smile. Just as David was speaking, a wormhole appeared in front of them. A level 4 Titan black beetle charged out of the wormhole. When it saw the small fleet, it immediately charged over. President Peter's expression changed slightly, but when he saw General David next to him, his worry disappeared. Before the fleet could react, David's terrifying demigod aura formed a suppressive force that crushed the Titan black beetle. David had reacted this way because he had told President Peter that the route was not dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, the Titan black beetle charged out, not giving him any face at all. With his demigod strength, he did not even need to lift a finger to deal with the Titan black beetle. President Peter watched as the terrifying level 4 Titan black beetle suddenly turned into a green mist of blood. He was even more shocked than when he had encountered the Titan black beetle. President Peter was very familiar with the Federation's weapons. This ability to cause the Titan black beetle to explode without a trace could not have been done by the military. There was only one possibility, and that was General David next to him. They did not encounter any more Zergs on the rest of their journey. It was only when they saw the doomsday line of defense made up of 10 artificial planets that they were truly in safe territory. President Peter, accompanied by General David and Minister Chambers, went to visit the nearby Bastion bases. This was one of the most important tasks for President Peter. He wanted to use General David's protection to complete his visit to the danger zones as soon as possible. General David could not stay on guard all the time. After meeting with Archbishop David, he would leave. So President Peter arrived on planet Warstar ahead of time. He wanted to visit under General David's protection. After visiting the Bastion bases, the President's ship continued on its way to planet Warstar. The President's ship stopped in space. The red mist had dissipated, and the window had arrived. General David, I'll have to trouble you again to accompany me to planet Warstar. I want to see the brave soldiers of the Federation. President Peter looked at David and smiled. When President Peter made this request, he thought that Admiral David would definitely agree to it. Along the way, his relationship with Admiral David had been extremely harmonious. I'm sorry, President Peter, but I can't accompany you to planet Warstar. David helplessly shook his head. General David, if you need something, I can wait for you. President Peter hurriedly said, thinking that David had other matters to attend to. To tell you the truth, my strength has exceeded the limits of planet Warstar. If I enter planet Warstar, I might trigger an energy explosion. David explained. President Peter and Minister Chambers were both stunned by this explanation. Just how strong did General David have to be for planet Warstar to be unable to withstand him? President Peter, you don't need to worry about your safety on planet Warstar. The strongest insectoids the insectoids can mobilize are only 4th rank. David continued to explain, and that was the truth. President Peter had 6 transcendent escorting him. Although they were not very strong, they were more than enough to protect him on planet Warstar. Moreover, planet Warstar also had the Knight of the Great World of God. President Peter would not be on the front lines, so even powerful insectoids would not be able to get close to him. President Peter and Minister Chambers still went to planet Warstar. Even though they were worried, they had already made their plans. If they did not go now, the reputation of the Federation government would suffer, and even President Peter's reputation would be greatly affected. David stood in outer space, looking at planet Warstar and sighing with emotion. The demigod clone was far weaker than David's original body, but even so, the clone could not enter planet Warstar. Unless the energy in his body was sealed, his existence was a threat to planet Warstar. Back then, he had risked his life on planet Warstar. Who would have thought that several years later, planet Warstar would be so weak that it could not withstand him? The demigod clone stood in the outer space of the Warstar, causing the level 5 insectoids on the Warstar to tremble in fear. Normally, stopping in the outer space of the Warstar would cause the level 5 insectoids to use their energy clones to expel them. But the terrifying aura of the demigod clone made it so that even through the atmosphere of planet Warstar, the sharp senses of the 5th rank insectoids were able to detect this terrifying existence in outer space. This was also David's intention. He hovered in outer space, suppressing the 5th rank insectoids on planet Warstar so that they did not dare to move, thereby reducing President Peter's danger. Chapter 1164. President Peter could hear the frantic roaring of the landing ship's engines and couldn't help but worry. Warstar's energy suppression made President Peter feel no sense of safety. This was because the people of the Federation were deeply reliant on technology. Once there was a problem with technology, this reliance would transform into a sense of danger. Warstar was far more frightening than he had imagined. If he had known that Admiral David would not be able to accompany him, he would never have asked to visit Warstar. President Peter's landing ship was already the best landing ship available. But as they approached Warstar, the ship's hull began to tremble. Secretary Janet covered her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from crying out in alarm. President Peter and Minister Chambers also paled, but they managed to keep their composure. The 6 transcendent officials said nothing, only carefully observing the outside of the landing ship. Only those who had lived on Warstar for a period of time knew that an accident could happen at any time. The landing ship landed on a Federation military base. When President Peter stepped off the ship and saw Admiral Adams, he finally calmed down. This Federation military base was located in the rear, and with a large number of defensive weapons and soldiers, this place appeared very safe. Warstar General Adams greets President Peter. General Adams saluted. Adams saw President Peter's slight loss of composure, but he had no intention of mocking him. This was because President Peter was the president of the Federation. For him to come to this dangerous Warstar was worthy of his respect. It had been 100 years since a Federation president had visited Warstar. President Peter's arrival would be a great morale boost for the soldiers. Admiral Adams, only after coming here do I realize how dangerous Warstar is. All of you have worked hard. President Peter emotionally said. This is the duty of a soldier, Adams solemnly said. He turned and introduced a man wearing the robes of a noble from the great world of God. President Peter, this is a knight of the Taodi Holy Temple. He will accompany you while you are on Warstar. The Taodi Holy Temple Knight had been specially invited by Adams. Out of respect for Adams, the Taodi Holy Temple Knight did not refuse. As fellow protectors of the war planet, no one wished for anything to happen to an important official on the war planet. President Peter, it's an honor to meet you. Taodi, a 5th-level Temple Knight, said with a knight salute. Knight of the Taodi Temple, thank you. President Peter nodded and smiled. President Peter represented the Interstellar Federation, so he had to maintain a relatively reserved courtesy. After introducing his entourage, President Peter was led into the base by General Adams. Taudi Sanctum Knight, I heard that the 5th-class insectoids on the Warstar rarely move out. President Peter asked the 5th-class Taudi Sanctum Knight beside him. Although it's not very frequent, the 5th-class insectoids' energy clones are constantly patrolling the airspace above the insectoid territory. They will occasionally cross the border, but rest assured, they rarely enter the inner region. The Taudi Sanctum Knight explained with a smile. President Peter's expression tensed. He could tell what the 5th-class Taudi Sanctum Knight meant. The 5th-class insectoids were not as frequent as General David had said. The Taudi Sanctum Knight was about to continue explaining the situation on Warstar to President Peter when he suddenly looked up at the sky and gasped in shock. An energy clone appeared from his body and shot into the sky. Although there was a faint pressure coming from space that could make the soul of a fifth-class toady sanctum knight tremble, he was a knight protector of Warstar. He had to see what the other party was up to. The energy clone of the fifth-class toady sanctum knight barely flew 100 meters into the sky before it was forcefully suppressed. The control of that aura in space was terrifying. It did not use any powerful energy, only a realm far above fifth class, to forcefully suppress the experts of Warstar. The energy clone of the fifth-class toady sanctum knight descended from 100 meters to the ground, barely managing to withstand the pressure from space. President Peter, General Adams, it's best if you hide yourselves. An unknown expert has appeared in space, and their strength is terrifying. The fifth-class toady sanctum knight called back his energy clone and sternly said to President Peter and General Adams. The fifth-class toady sanctum knight was already wearing his knight's armor. He could sense the terror of that person in space. He could endure the pressure on the ground, but once he was in the air, his soul would be affected. President Peter was taken aback at first, but he immediately thought of something and explained, "That should be General David." He said that he couldn't enter Warstar, so he stayed in space. Admiral David? You mean the one who single-handedly stopped the insect swarm with a sniper rifle? Taodi, a fifth-level Templar Knight, couldn't help but ask. Yes, General David came this time to protect me, but he can't enter Warstar, or else he'll trigger an energy explosion. President Peter nodded. The fifth-class Taodi Sanctum Knight let out a long sigh. It was good that this person was not an enemy. He had no desire to fight such a powerful existence. He did not find it strange that David could not enter Warstar. To be able to suppress countless fifth-class existences on his own, he had to be at least at the legendary rank. In fact, he could sense that General David might even surpass the legendary rank. In addition, from the news from the great world of God, General David had received the inheritance of a God-class life form. It was understandable that he could suppress the fifth-class existences of Warstar in space. A God-class life form was a legendary existence in the great world of God, just like the terrifying dragons of legend. Every adult dragon was at least a demigod. It was normal for dragons to have God-class existences. President Peter, you don't have to worry about your safety on Warstar. General David used his powerful aura to suppress all the fifth-class existences on Warstar. No fifth-class existences can fly. The fifth-class insectoids probably won't even dare to leave their nests. The fifth-class Taudi Sanctum Knight said with a wry smile. President Peter felt like his brain was about to explode. Standing in space outside Warstar and using his aura alone to suppress all the fifth-class existences on Warstar. Just how powerful was that? President Peter was no longer unhappy that General David had not entered Warstar with him. All he felt was a sense of security. Adams was also filled with emotion. David was his good friend's child. Ever since he had entered Warstar, he had been watching David's growth. However, in just a few short years, David had grown to a position higher than his own. There was no need to talk about his strength. Adams couldn't help but feel proud that Hans could have such a child. President Peter's visit afterward was very easy. Not only did no fifth-class insectoids appear, but even the insectoid territory was extremely quiet. No insectoids approached the defensive line. The military was very enthusiastic about President Peter's visit. Everywhere he went, there were excited soldiers. Soldiers did not fear death, but they needed to be acknowledged. President Peter's visit was the greatest acknowledgement of the Federation. After a day of intensive visits, Worcester's empty window arrived the next day. President Peter boarded a landing ship and left Warstar. It was not until President Peter's landing ship flew into space that the demigod clone retracted his demigod aura. All the fifth-class existences on Warstar breathed a sigh of relief. No one would feel comfortable being suppressed by that terrifying aura for an entire day. Although the fifth-class existences were dissatisfied, none of them dared to resist. Let alone fight, they couldn't even fly. This was mainly because the energy that Warstar could withstand was too weak. Whether it was the energy clone or the main body, none of the fifth-class existences dared to use too much fifth-class energy, lest the energy on Warstar go berserk. Under the premise of not daring to use too much fifth-class energy, the result of being suppressed by the demigod aura was being forced to the ground. Of course, on a normal planet, the demigod clone would not have to go through so much trouble. Releasing the demigod aura to suppress the fifth-class existences only required the clone to show hostility, and all the fifth-class existences on a normal planet would flee for their lives. It was precisely because Warstar's energy capacity was limited that the fifth-class insectoids were only forced to the ground and did not think of fleeing. David had the demigod clone return to the presidential spaceship first. He had no intention of showing off in front of President Peter, simply because President Peter was under protection. Whether or not he could enter Warstar, if President Peter encountered danger on Warstar, he would bear some responsibility. Moreover, as the president of the Federation, if President Peter was killed by the insectoids on Warstar, it would greatly affect the reputation of the Federation. As a member of the Federation, David did not want such a thing to happen. President Peter returned to the presidential spaceship and met with Admiral David. Admiral David, thank you for your hard work. President Peter sincerely expressed his gratitude. This is my mission, David replied with a smile. President Peter had the others leave and then softly asked, "Tomorrow is the day of the meeting with Archbishop Jot. You fought on the great world of God and understand the great world of God very well. Can you guess why Archbishop Jot requested to meet with me?" After seeing Admiral David's unimaginable power, President Peter approved of David even more. He wanted to hear what Admiral David thought of this meeting. This was also a show of President Peter's acceptance of Admiral David. If it was not true approval, why would he ask David about such a major diplomatic matter? Recently, the status of the war shrines in the great world of God has been shaken. There has been a huge conflict between the nobles and the war shrines. Otherwise, it would be the Supreme Council coming to talk to you instead of the war shrines. David thought about it and revealed some information. President Peter's eyes narrowed. As the president, he had not received any information about the situation that Admiral David was talking about. This could not be blamed on the Federation's intelligence department. After all, even if the Federation's intelligence department bribed people from the great world of God, most of these people would not be high-ranking nobles. Even high-ranking nobles would not dare to sell information about the war shrines as intelligence. The influence of the gods in their hearts was still very strong. Moreover, the conflict between the war shrines and the nobles had very little influence on Warstar. Perhaps it could be said that Warstar was basically the nobles' territory to begin with. There were very few shrines on Warstar, and they were mainly focused on protecting the 5 special shrines. When President Peter heard this news, he knew that Admiral David would not lie about this. In other words, the war shrines want to cooperate with the Federation, but are unable to mobilize the Supreme Council. That's why they personally came to talk. Then what do the war shrines want to talk about? President Peter continued to ask. The more he knew, the sooner he could make preparations. After all, both sides would not be able to meet for very long. Both Archbishop Jorge and President Peter had their own matters to attend to. They could not possibly have a long discussion together. I can't guess the specifics, but there's no need for you to worry. The war shrines can only mobilize a limited amount of power. No matter what they request, you can decide based on the Federation's interests. David replied with a smile. As someone who had fought with the war shrines for some time, David naturally knew that the war shrines must have suffered heavy losses. Last time, when he had not seen any ordinary level 5 shrines knight or level 5 shrines, only a group of ascetics, he knew just how much damage he had done to the war shrines. President Peter did not ask how Admiral David knew all this information that even the Federation's intelligence agency could not find out. With such terrifying power, it was impossible for Admiral David to not have some secrets. With Admiral David's current power and influence, he had long become a force to be reckoned with. No one in the Interstellar Federation dared to make an enemy out of him. He had the ability to keep his secrets. President Peter also understood that even though he was the president of the Federation, he had only been in office for the past few years because he represented the Interstellar Federation. Admiral David, on the other hand, had always held an important position in the Federation. "Thank you," President Peter said softly. Now that he knew the situation in the great world of God, President Peter was no longer nervous about the meeting the next day. He had a long discussion with Minister Chambers. After receiving the information from Admiral David, his previous preparations were useless. He had to come up with a new plan. However, it was precisely because of this information that President Peter was no longer at a loss. He was now more confident about the meeting the next day. The presidential spaceship circled around the periphery of Planet Battle and headed for the spatial barrier between the great world of God. That was where the war shrines would meet Archbishop Jorge. 200 battleships guarded the presidential spaceship. Although this fleet was small in number, it was definitely more powerful than a fleet of 10,000 battleships. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.